Your full name, please.
Rita Grobler.
And your objection taking out?
No, my lord.
You swear that the evidence that you're about to give, consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, my lord.
You swear that the evidence that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth. If so, raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
My God, the witness will make reference to exhibit separate N. It was read previously. However, she indicated that she would like to read a whole affidavit into the record.
That's all. Okay, fine.
Then, do you have the affidavit in front of you?
I do, my lord.
Do you confirm that it's a 4-page affidavit?
That's correct, my lord.
And then on page 3 of the affidavit is that your signature appearing there?
That's correct, my lord.
And then does your initials appear on the document?
That's correct, my lord.
And on page 4 of the document, the Commissioner of Court, you see the date?
I do. It's 11 September 2024.
Statement the same give essay, futhi ke sign lokusona ku page 3 bese kuthi ke na ku page 4 ilanga ke la ekwabeka ngasona ke istem ngazo 11 namka commissioner ngaso 11 September kuwona lo nyaka.
And you confirm that it's your full signature on page 3?
I do, my lord.
Futhi ke ngasign la ke ngophelele kuyena ku page 3.
Then can you proceed to read the contents of the affidavit into the record?
I, number 053-4145-1, am a captain in the South African Police Service at the Forensic Science Laboratory, 270 Pretoria Road, Silverton, with telephone number 012-845-5772. I am a forensic analyst and in service of the state. I've been attached to the ballistics section since 2000 as an examiner of forensic ballistics with the following qualifications and experience. My academic qualifications: I obtained a bachelor's degree, BA degree, specializing in criminology during 1999 at the University of Pretoria. I obtained an advanced certificate in forensic criminalistics, specializing in forensic ballistics from UNISA in 2001. I have to date examined in excess of 6,805 cases. I examine ballistic-related cases as part of my daily task and testify on a regular basis in the courts of South Africa. I have attended the following internal and external training interventions: identification of ammunition, fired bullets and fired cartridges, the use of microscopic equipment, microscopic individualization of firearms, ammunition, fired bullet and fired cartridge cases. My apologies, my lord, I noticed that bullet is repeating. It should be cartridges.
It's cartridges.
It's cartridges.
Okay.
Acquisition of fired cartridge cases and fired bullets, data on integrated ballistics identification system, IBIS. Microphotography, identification of firearms, the examination of firearm mechanisms, the examination of homemade devices, techniques associated with the recovery and restoration process of obliterated alphanumeric figures on metals, the reloading of ammunition and the manufacturing process of ammunition, as well as shot determination, short distance determination. Crime scene investigation and examination techniques, the taking of photographs and the documentation of the results during an investigation, microscopic individualization of tools and tool marks, physical matching, documentation of examination results, internal forensic ballistics, functioning of firearm mechanism during the firing process, burning rates of propellant, powder and gas pressure, the transfer of marks from the firearm to cartridges, fired bullets and fired cartridge cases. Intermediate forensic ballistics, the effect of hot gases, propellant powder and partially burnt propellant powder has an intermediate target before and after the exit of the bullet from the muzzle. The forming and effect of secondary missiles caused by the intermediate targets. External forensic ballistics, the trajectory of the bullet from the muzzle of the firearm to the final point of impact. Terminal forensic ballistics, the wounding effect that the bullet has on tissue, wound ballistics. the effect that the bullet has on the target, the effect that the target has on the bullet. The examination of brand marks and tattoo marks on animals, as stated in the Identification of Animals Act 2002, Act 6 of 2002. The examination and physical matching of brand marks and tattoo marks equipment. The examination and physical matching of animal bones, tusks, horns, hides, and skulls. I visited the following ammunition manufacturers to ascertain the process that are used in the manufacturing of ammunition: Pretoria Metal Press, known as PMP, Somchem, and Swartklip. Littleton Engineering Works, known as LEW in Pretoria. I was declared competent and proficient in forensic ballistics examination. Paragraph 3. On the 22nd of July 2020, during the performance of my official duties, Lieutenant Colonel C. Mangena came to my office with a case file requesting a microscopic opinion regarding the following exhibit: bullet and test-fired bullets. 3.1, one 9mm caliber bullet marked 217, 267 or 14 A2. 8 9mm caliber test-fired bullets marked 369 TB3 to TB10 respectively. I examined the fired bullets mentioned in paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 and compared the individual and class characteristic markings transferred to them by the firearm components during the firing process using a microscopic comparison microscope and found. The bullets mentioned in paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 were fired from the same firearm. The conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by means of an examination and process which required a knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics.
Captain awubhaleke inamba yakhe yasephoyiseni nokuthi ke waqala ningi nala asebenza khona e270 Pretoria Road eSilverton, abhala ke inamba yakhe yefoni esemsebenzini nokuthi ke umcwaningi esebenzela ke wona ke umbuso. Ngisebenzile ke kule nganye yama-ballistic ukusuka ke ngayo u2000 manje ngomuntu ohlola ke ama-ballistic noma ke imisebenzi ephathelene nazo ibham. Futhi ke nezifundo ke engayiphothula ke nazo ke bhaliwe ngo-99 University yase Pretoria eUnisa ngo-2001. Ukuze kube manje ke sengihlole noma ngasebenza ke ngama-case awu-6805. Futhi ke ngenza ke amacala ke amayelana noma aphathelene nawo ke ama-ballistic noma ke ukusebenza kwazo ke ibham kanye ney'nhlamvu. Futhi ke ngethula ke ubufakazi ey'nkantolo zaseNingizimu Afrika. Futhi ke akhona ke namakhosi ke noma ke uqeqeshwa engikhambile ke kwindawo engaphandle ke noma engekho ngaphakathi emaphoyiseni ukuthola ukubheka inhlamvu ezidutshuliwe kanye futhi nawo ke amagobolondo ase edutshuliwe ngokusebenzisa yona ke lokhu okubizwa ukuthi ke i-microscope kanye futhi nokwahlukanisa ke ibham inhlamvu ezidutshuliwe kanye futhi nawo ke amagobolondo nokuthola futhi ke noma ukutholakala kwawo amagobolondo asesetshenzisiwe noma ke asedutshuliwe kanye nazo inhlamvu esedutshuliwe kanye nabo sebenzisa ke uhlelo olubizwa ngokuthi i-IBIS kwahlukaniswa kwazo ibham kanye futhi ke nokuhlolwa kweyibham noma inhlelo ezihlukene zokuhlolwa kwazo ibham kanye futhi ke nokuhlola ke izikhali ke ezenziwe noma ke ezihozenzele kanye futhi nezindlela ke ezihambisana futhi ke nokusula noma ke ukususwa ke kwemininingwane ekuyona isibhamu kanye futhi nokufakwa kabusha kwazo inhlamvu kanye futhi ke nezinhlelo zokuzenza noma kwenza zona ke inhlamvu kanye nophenyo olwenziwayo kuzona indawo zezigameko kanye futhi nezindlela ezithizeke zabo ukuhlola ukuthutshulwa kwazo izithombe kanye futhi ke nawo ke ama-documents kanye nemiphumela uma kwenziwa uphenyo nokuhlukaniswa ke kwamathuluzi ke noma ke lokho ukuthi ke ama-tool marks kanye futhi nokuqhathaniswa ke ama-document kanye futhi-ke nemiphumela-ke yako ukuhlolwa lokho. Khona-ke futhi noqeqesho engikutholile-ke ngaphakathi-ke emaphoyiseni ukusebenza kwazo ibhamu kanye ney'ndlela-ke ngesikhathi-ke sokudubula kanye futhi-ke naloko okubizwa ngokuthi-ke ukushaya-ke noma-ke ukushiswa-ke kwayo-ke impuphu noma-ke i-pressure ephuma kuyona-ke i-gas kanye futhi-ke nokudluliselwa kwawo ama-marks edluliselwa yisona-ke isibhamu edluliselwa kuwona amagobolondo iy'nhlamvu eseyidutshuliwe kanye futhi-ke nawo amagobolondo asesebenzile kanye futhi-ke nokubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-intermediate forensic ballistics lapho-ke indlela-ke yokusebenza-ke kwawo-ke ama-gas impuphu-ke kanye futhi-ke nokushaya-ke okubangelwa isibhamu uma ngabe sesidutshuliwe futhi-ke nokuhamba kwayo-ke inhlamvu uma iphuma ngakusona isibhamu isiyofika-ke esiphethelweni noma la ihloswe ukuthi-ke iyofikela khona-ke kanye futhi-ke nemithelela-ke yayo inhlamvu eba nayo-ke uma ishaye emntwini noma-ke kunokulimala okukhona okuvelile kanye futhi nomthelela wayo-ke inhlamvu leyo la edutshulelwa khona futhi-ke nokuhlolwa-ke kwako lokho okubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-mark noma-ke ama-blade mark kanye-ke nama-tattoo-ke akhona noma atholakalayo-ke nanjengoba-ke usho-ke umthetho-sisekelo-ke kuyena u-Act 2002 wakhe u-6 ka-2002 kuney'ndawo-ke ezahlukahlukene-ke ezokusebenza noma-ke la ekwenziwa khona-ke iy'nhlamvu engiyile kuzona-ke la engiyobona khona-ke iy'nhlelo kanye futhi ney'ndlela ekwenziwa ngazo iy'nhlamvu i-Pretoria metal pressing abayibiza ngokuthi PMP, i-Somcam, i-Swap khona-ke abayibiza ngokuthi LEW Pretoria, i-Littleton Engineering Works. Ngase emuva kwalokho-ke sekushiwo-ke ukuthi khaphe manje sengikulungele-ke ukuthi-ke ngingasebenza nanjengomuntu-ke ohlola ibhamu-ke kanye futhi-ke ney'nhlamvu nokusebenza kwazo kwase ukuthi ngoyi-22 zikaJulayi 2020 ngisengenza-ke umsebenzi wami-ke noma ngangisemsebenzini-ke u-Lieutenant Colonel C Mangena weza-ke ehhovisi lami ephethe-ke i-case file ngicela-ke ukuthi-ke ngibe novo enginikeza ngalo ukusebenzisa yona-ke i-microscope ngokumayelana-ke nenhlamvu eyizibithi kanye futhi-ke nenhlamvu-ke ebekuyiyona-ke ibisetshenziswa ukuthi-ke kuvivinywe noma-ke kuthestwe-ke kwakuyi-9 mm ibullet noma-ke inhlamvu eyodwa yohlobo le-9 mm ikhaliba eyayimakwe nanjengo-217267148A2 kanye-ke ney'nhlamvu-ke ey'thestiwe-ke eziwu-20 zayo-ke i-9 mm saso isibhamu esiyi-9 mm zona-ke zazimakwe u-369 TB3 ukuyofica-ke ku-369 TB10 ngase-ke ngihlola-ke noma-ke ngihlola-ke lezo y'nhlamvu lezo ey'dutshuliwe lezo ey'chaziwe-ke ku-3.1 kanye naye-ke u-3.2 ngase ngiyiqhathanisa-ke nokwahlukana noma-ke nama-mark-ke ahlukene-ke andluliselwa kuwona-ke lezo y'nhlamvu lezo yisona isibhamu ngesikhathi-ke sokudubula ngisebenzisa-ke i-microscope-ke yokuqhathanisa ngase ngithola-ke ukuthi iy'nhlamvu lezi ey'shiwo ku-3.1 naye-ke u-3.2 zadutshulwa-ke kusetshenziswa isibhamu esisodwa futhi-ke lokhu engafikelela khona-ke lokho-ke ngafikelela khona-ke ngamaqiniso-ke atholakala uma ngihlola-ke futhi-ke nendlela-ke yokuhlola efuna-ke umuntu abe nolwazi futhi-ke abe nolwazi kuwona-ke lo msebenzi lo ophathelene nawo-ke ama-ballistic.
Let's go to page number 1, the introduction there. It is indicated here create a problem, and Colonel Mangena informed this court that he approached Captain Viljoen. Are you able to explain the change in the name?
My Lord, Viljoen is my maiden name. I've got married in the meantime.
Sicela-ke lana uchazeke uKolonel Mangena uma ethula ubufakazi bakhe-ke lena lana uthi-ke waya-ke kuyena ku-Captain Viljoen lana siyabona ubhalwe u-Rita Grobler uthi-ke yebo uViljoen nisibonga-ke sakithi kodwa-ke manje sengaganwa-ke manje ngisebenzisa uGrobler.
Paragraph number 2, you indicated that you joined the ballistic section in 2000. Prior to joining the ballistic sections, what were you doing?
I was a student, my Lord.
Ushilo-ke ukuthi lana-ke ungene-ke kulena-ke unit ngo-2000 ngaphambilini kwalokho-ke wawenzani-ke uthi ngangumfundi ngangi-student.
Do you know which year you were promoted to the rank of a captain?
2007, my lord.
Kwakungo-2007 uma sengiphushulwa-ke ngiba u-captain.
Paragraph 2.2, you also indicated that you have examined in excess of 1,805 cases. Can you tell the court if you have in the past testified in the magistrate court?
I have testified in the magistrate as well as the High Court, my lord.
Uyasho-ke lana-ke ku-2.2 ukuthi-ke amacala-ke esudlekene noma-ke osewasebenzile-ke awu-6,805. Ungasho-ke ukuthi sokuthulile yini ubufakazi enkantolo-ke noma-ke e-magistrate court? Yebo kanye futhi nasenkantolo ephakeme.
Can you tell the court how many times, if you know, you have testified in the High Court?
I can't recall the exact amount, my lord. It's been 24 years.
Angeke ngisho ukuthi amahlandla amangaphi-ke ngithula ubufakazi enkantolo ephakeme kodwa-ke sekuyiminyaka ewu-24.
On that note, you also confirm that you have 24 years experience at the ballistic section.
That's correct, my lord.
Ngasho-ke ukuthi-ke ngesipiliyoni-ke seminyaka ewu-24 kuyona-ke le ngxenye le yama-ballistic.
Have you ever done in high profile matter?
I have, my lord.
Ingaba akhona yini amacala osufakazile kona-ke noma osuwenzile-ke noma-ke la abizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-high profile noma-ke aseqophelweni eliphezulu? Yebo akhona.
Are you able to place these matters on record?
Some of the matters, my lord, involves the Jeppystown massacre. I think it was 2006, as well as the murder of Lolly Jackson.
Amanye awo-ke la macala kunaleli lango-2006 lapha lase-Jeppystown. Bese kuthi elinye lawo ileli-ke elifaka phakathi-ke Lolly Jackson.
And what was your role in those two respective matters?
I was the crime scene examiner as well as the ballistic expert in terms of the exhibits, my lord.
Ngokwama-exhibit-ke kwakuyimina-ke owayosebenza-ke kuyona-ke indawo yesigameko futhi-ke sebenza ngawo-ke ama-ballistic.
Yeah, for me, I don't know if you recall, I participated in that case.
I did not testify in the case.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. There are people who think I did anything. I was the judge in that case. I'm surprised, Mr. Representative.
No, I was telling Mr. Missing, I'm talking to Mr. the same thing.
Okay.
Then let's proceed to the paragraph. Let's proceed to paragraph 2 or paragraph 3. Do you know Lieutenant Colonel Mangena?
I do, my lord.
Uyamazi yini uLieutenant Colonel Mangena? Yebo ngiyamazi. Ngaphambi nje kwalokho umehluko ufuna ukuthi uyashoka ukuthi ngakho abashoyo ukuthi bekhona kufihlala lamacala akhulume ngabo ukuthi kwakuyena-ke owayewahleleleke noma kuyena owayewalalele lawo macala ufakazi bewesho.
In which capacity do you know Lieutenant Colonel Mangena?
I met Lieutenant Colonel Mangena in 2000 when I joined the ballistic section, and we've been colleagues ever since.
Umazi kanjani-ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena? Ngahlangana naye-ke ngo-2000 uma sengena-ke kwingxenye-ke yama-ballistic. Kusukela ngaleso sikhathi-ke sisebenza ndawonye.
You also stationed in the same office as you mentioned in paragraph 1, 270 Pretoria Road, Silverton.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo najengoba kuchazwa-ke lana ukuthi-ke ihhovisi engisebenzela kuyona-ke 270 Pretoria Road eSilverton-ke sisebenza-ke ihhovisi elilodwa.
And then your sitting arrangement in that building, are you on the same floor?
We're on the same floor in adjacent offices, my lord.
Yebo futhi-ke sihleleke ku-floor eyodwa futhi-ke amahhovisi ethu-ke abhekene.
And then in that sitting arrangement, who else is located in the very same corridor or passage?
The specific passage is Lieutenant Colonel Mangena and myself, and in the opposite, the floor is essentially a square. It also is Captain Tini as well as Lieutenant Colonel Soraya. We all sit on the same floor.
La kule floor enkhuluma ngayo mina ke kanye naye uKenya Mangena bese kuthi ke onyeke uhlangothi bawuyena ke uCaptain Antini kanye naye ke uSireo.
In this very same paragraph, you indicated that you were requested to give a microscopic opinion. Can you explain further the concept of giving an opinion in ballistics?
My lord, essentially it is just, Kuno Mangena came to my office with the case file and the exhibits and asked me to give an opinion on the microscope. I did not write a specific verification form or complete any document. It was simply an opinion.
Lana ke okwenzeka ukuthi ke weza ke nale file ke mina ke uKenya Mangena wangicela ukuthi anginikeze ke uvo ke ukuthi khona engabhala phansi kwakuwukuthi nje okwami nginikeze uvo.
Is it a norm or is it acceptable within the ballistic environment that analysts do exchange opinions?
It is, my lord.
Ingaba into evamsekile yini ke emsebenzini wenu ke ukuthi ke abacwaningi ke banikeze ngovo uthi yebo kuyenzeka ke.
How often do you exchange opinions?
On a regular basis, my lord.
Into ke leyo eyenzeka njalo.
Can you recall the last time you gave someone an opinion or the day you asked for an opinion?
I gave an opinion to Captain Tini in August, my lord. This year. Yes.
Ungasho ke ukuthi ogcina ninike ukuthi unikeze ngovo noma ke mhlambe ke kube nomuntu ke ozocela wona ke uvo uthi ke ngo-August kona ke lonyaka nganikeza ke ngovo kuyena uCaptain Ntini.
I've also requested an opinion from, amongst others, Colonel Kloppers regarding cases that I've examined on the microscope.
Nami ke sengicelile ke noma ke kwenzeka ke ukuthi ngicele ke uvo nami ke macala engiwenzile Colonel Kloppers.
Do you recall when?
It was approximately a month or two ago, my lord. This year.
Sikhuluma ke ngenyanga ke noma inyanga embili endlule kuwona lo nyaka.
What is the purpose of asking for an opinion?
My lord, it's an independent, objective. It is just someone that would like you to give an opinion as to, they give you the exhibits and the test, for example, and they would like to ask you an opinion as to what your findings are.
Lana okwenzekayo ke uma sibenza ke lokho ukuthi ke wena ke manje usuwenzile ke umsebenzi uthatha ke lokho kwenzile ke ukunikeze komunye ke ukuthi ke akasho yena ke olwakhe uvo kuloko wena okutholile.
Does your standard operating procedures describe how many people or how many analysts you can approach for an opinion?
There's no limit, my lord.
Akukho ke ukuthi kufanele uye kubantu abangaki kube ubona ke abakunikeza uvo akukho bhalwe phansi ukuthi kufanele babe bangaki.
Does the standard operating procedure also prescribe which examiners, I mean in terms of a rank, you can ask for an opinion?
No, my lord. As long as the person is qualified and competent on a specific level of examination, they are entitled to give an opinion or verification.
Akuyike ngokuthi ke umuntu ke ubambe siphi ke isikhundla uma nje umuntu ke umsebenzi lowo ke okwazi ke futhi ke evumelekile ukuthi lo msebenzi noma ke sebenzise ke igama ke phecelezi ukuthi ke equalified ukuthi akwenze lokho akukho ukuthi ke unayiphi ungasiphi isikhundla noma yiphi.
Now, take your time, explain to the court. How did you perform the microscopic opinion?
My lord, Captain Mangena came with a case file. He handed me an exhibit bullet as well as test bullets.
uKenya Mangena wangena ke nale file wase enginika ke inhlamvu lena ekuyilona ke izibithi kanye nalezi ke inhlamvu ke ezisetshenzisiwe ke ukutest.
I placed it on a comparison microscope, which is a microscope with two, essentially you can see images at the same time, joined by an optical bridge.
Engikwenzile ke ukuthi manje ngisebenzise ke yona ke le microscope ke ngoba yona ke ila okwazi ukubeka khona ke okubili ke futhi ke ubone ngesikhathi esisodwa.
For this case example, the exhibit would be on your left and the test would be on your right, and they are separated by a dividing
This is
line.
not an objection per se. I'm going to request that this witness should also understand that we're taking notes. We're not recording me, not the chief. We're taking notes, and the state requested that she should take her time. I'm also going to request that.
My apologies, my lord. In this specific instance, I took the test bullets and placed them on both sides, the left and the right hand side of the microscope.
Okwenzeka ke lana ukuthi ke ngathatha zombili ke lenhlavu lena ke ekuyiyona ke ekuyizibiti kanye ke nalena ke ekuyitest ngabeka ke inhlangothi zombili ke zayo i-microscope leyo
I compared the tests to each other
ngase ngiyiqhathanisa enye nenye
in order to familiarize myself with the markings.
ukuze ke ngijwayezeke nama markings lawo akhona.
From there, after I was satisfied with the markings, I then removed all the tests and I placed them on the side of the microscope.
Ma uthe emuva kwalokho ke mase nginemeke ngawo ngakho ke lokho engifuna ngase ngiwasusa ke ngabeka eceleni kwayo i-microscope leyo.
I then proceeded to place the exhibit bullet on the left hand side on the microscope.
Ngase ngiqhubeka ke ngokuthi manje ngibeke ke yona ke inhlamvu lena eyizibiti kuhlangothi la kwesokumayeleke yona i-microscope.
I then searched I searched individually for marks that I would be satisfied that are good quality marks.
Ngase ngibheka ke manje ke kuona ke ama marks lawo ke enzo muthi ngineliseke ke ngawo ke yona ke inhlamvu leyo eyizibiti.
That can be used for microscopic comparison.
Angathi ke asetshenziswa ukuthi ke manje bese kuyaqhathaniswa ke kuyona i-microscope.
I then proceeded to put the best test on the right hand side of the microscope.
Ngase ngiqhubeka ke ukuthi ke i-test ekuyiyona yona ke ngibeke yona ke kuhlangothi la ngakwesokudla kuyona i-microscope.
What I mean by that is that the test with the best markings.
Engikushoyo ke ngalokho ukuthi ke i-test lena ke yona ke enama markings ekuwona ke noma ke avelele.
On the microscope, once I had the groove or land that I was satisfied with on the exhibit, the groove that I was satisfied with exhibit.
Ngitheke manje uma senginganelisekileke ngayo ke i-groove lena kulona izibiti noma inhlamvu lena eyizibiti.
I then rotated the test bullet on the microscope
Ngase ke manje ngiyayijikelezisa ke yona ke inhlamvu lena ekuyiyona ye-test kwi-microscope
until I find the same markings that are visible on the exhibit.
kwaze kwayila khona ngithola khona ke lawo ma-markings lawo ke ekuyiwona ke ncamashi nala akuyinhlamvu lena eyizibiti.
I then compared the markings to each other,
Ngase lama markings ngiyawaqhathanisa ke
and from there I proceeded to both move the exhibit and the test to confirm that the marking for a follow-up.
ngasemuva kwalokho ke manje sengizihambisa ndawonye ke le engakuhlangothi lesokunxeleke nale engakwesokudla ke ukwenza ke isiqinisekiso.
From there I proceed to rotate to ensure that the markings do indeed appear on both the exhibit as well as the test.
Ngiqhubeka ke ngihambisa noma ngijikelezisa ke ukubona ke ukuthi ke ikhona ke ngakulolu hlangothi futhi ke ikhona ke lama markings nangakulolu hlangothi.
I was then satisfied that the two bullets were then fired from the same firearm.
Ngase ngeneliseka ke ukuthi le inhlamvu ezimbili lezi ke zidutshulwe noma ziphuma ke kwisibhamu esisodwa.
Based on sufficient agreement of class as well as individual characteristics.
Lokho ke ngikuthola ke ngokuthi ke khona ke ukuhambisana futhi ke nokuvumelana okukhona kuzona zombili.
After that, I placed a second test bullet on the right-hand side of the microscope.
Emuva kwalokho ke ngase ngibeka ke manje ke inhlamvu yesibili ke ekuyile esetshenziswe ukuvivinya noma ke ukutesta ke kuhlangothi langakwesokudla kuyona i-microscope.
I repeated the same process.
ngiphinda-ke lokhu ebese ngikwenzile
until I was satisfied there was still sufficient agreement of individual and class characteristics.
kwaze kwayisikhathi la khona-ke ngenemeko noma ngenelisekile-ke khona-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke khona-ke noma-ke okukhona ngala kukhona nangala.
I then proceeded to inform Lieutenant Colonel Mangena
Ngase ngiqhubeka-ke ngimtshela yena-ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena
that I'm of the opinion that the exhibit bullet
ukuthi mina-ke uvo lwami ukuthi-ke inhlamvu lena-ke eyizibithi
and the test bullets
kanye futhi-ke ney'nhlamvu lezi ey'setshenzisiwe ukuthesta
were fired from the same firearm.
zadutshulwa-ke noma-ke lezo y'nhlamvu lezo zadutshulwa ziphuma kwisibhamu esisodwa.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you clarify in simple terms the concept of sufficient agreement? What does it mean in ballistics?
In simple terms, my lord, we can refer to the striations on the bullet, and that essentially there is the pattern match. There's a pattern match.
Ufuna ukwazi-ke mshushisi ukuthi kunalelo gama elisebenzisayo-ke ngesingisi-ke u-sufficient agreement ukuthi lokho kusho ukuthini-ke la kwanesekile-ke khona-ke ukuthi manje kunendlela-ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi-ke i-pattern kunohlobo-ke noma indlela-ke ethize noma-ke okutholayo ngako futhi ukuthole nangale.
Just to clarify, you wanted to
The
present
markings, then the spatial relation, everything is the same on the exhibit bullet as well as on the test bullet.
Ukuthi-ke konke-ke kufana nomamashi ngalokho okutholayo kwinhlamvu lena ekuyiyona eyizibithi kanye futhi-ke nenhlamvu ezisetshenzisiwe ukuthi-ke kuthestwe-ke ngazo.
you mentioned this special relationship. What other factors do you also take into consideration when you are looking for these variations within the group?
The depth, the width, the ridges and furrows of the specific markings on the bullet.
Ubheka-ke lana-ke ukujula kwazo ukujula ubanzi-ke kanye futhi-ke nje ubheka-ke lokho nje okutholayo ukuthi-ke nhlangothi zombili.
Can you tell this part, is your office equipped with a microscope?
My office does indeed have a microscope.
Awutshele le nkantolo ukuthi ihhovisi lakho linayo yini i-microscope? Yebo linayo.
Now, let's focus more on the class as well as individual characteristics. What are those?
Class characteristics, my lord, are essentially determined prior to manufacture by the manufacturer themselves.
Lana-ke uma sesikhuluma-ke phecelezi ngalokho kubizwa ukuthi-ke ama-class characteristics, sikhuluma ngalokho-ke okutholakala noma okutholwa-ke ngesikhathi-ke noma sikhuluma ngesibhamu-ke noma inhlamvu-ke uma la esenziwa khona.
For example, whether the barrel is rifled with five grooves to the left, to the right, or 6 grooves to the left or to the right.
Sikhuluma lana-ke ngalendawo engaphambili-ke kusona isibhamu ababiza ngokuthi i-barrel inama-grooves-ke asithi mhlawumbe awu-5 noma awu-6-ke ku-left noma ku-right.
Or the distance between whether you have broader grooves or narrower grooves, for example.
Futhi-ke nebanga-ke ukuthi-ke ama-grooves akho akanjani-ke ukuthi-ke mhlawumbe-ke ilana avulekile-ke noma cha awavulekile.
They predetermine deliberate marks.
Izona-ke ikona-ke lokho okusho noma okuchaza-ke ama-marks lawo.
When we're looking at individual characteristics, my lord.
Before we look at individual characteristics, you said these marks are deliberate marks by the manufacturer.
That's correct, my lord.
Ushilo-ke ukuthi lana-ke ama-mark-ke angamabomu-ke uyena-ke noma-ke la ibhamu noma-ke iy'nhlamvu zenziwa khona yebo kweqiniso.
Maybe I should rephrase, not marks, grooves.
Sikhuluma lana-ke ngawo-ke ama-grooves.
Can you use class characteristics to eliminate a different class of a firearm?
That is correct, my lord. For example, I will not, let's say for example, we will start with a specific bullet, we will count the grooves because you cannot compare if an exhibit bullet, for example, has 6 grooves and the test bullet only has 5s. It's not from the same firearm. The class characteristics differ.
Lana-ke asenze isibonelo lesi-ke ukuthi-ke
Which
As
then-
it, sorry, finish?
Which would then immediately exclude that as a possibility.
Ukuthi lana ke uma uthatha nje igroup eyodwa ke yona uthola ukuthi ke ina ama groups awu6 bese uyathola ke kwenye ukuthi ke ama groups awu5 lapho ke nje usaqala ke nje izokutshela ke lokho ukuthi cha awukwazi ukuthi lapho usungaqhathanisa ke ngoba iyatshela ukuthi ke akusona ke isibhamu esisodwa.
So in this instance, if you know, you know. You don't know, it's fine. Are you able to eliminate a fired bullet from a revolver? Right. Looking at it, considering the class characteristics.
My lord, a revolver tends to have, if I can explain, slip marks, which are created when, with a revolver, you have the cartridge in a cylinder, and there's a gap between, for example, the cylinder and the barrel. Space.
Simplify it. Repeat it and just simplify it. Okay. First talk about slip marks. Okay. Simplify
Okay, so for example, with a revolver, which would be 38357, irrespective of the caliber, the cylinder is separate from the barrel. There's
Okay.
a space.
Uma sikhuluma nge-revolver lana ke uma sikhuluma ngayo ke isilinda lena iyahluka ke kuyona ke ibhala ngoba ke kunokuvuleka noma kune-space esikhona ke lapho.
So that is mostly common on revolvers. It is not necessarily there every time. So once the bullet is, when it's fired, it moves from the chamber into the barrel. It creates that skid mark.
Bese kuthi ke uma inhlamvu isidutshuliwe ke isetshenziswe ke manje isiyaphuma ke kuyona ke ibhela leyo ke kunale mark ke ebizwa ngokuthi ke skid mark iyona ke eyenzayo noma eba nayo kuyona.
Or a slipping, if you want to, you can call it that.
Kuya ngokuthi ke ufuna uyibizani ke mhlawumbe usungathi ke nje uba ukushelelayo noma ke slipping.
Now, let's proceed to the individual characteristics that you're referring to.
The individual characteristics, my lord, or the specific markings in your grooves or your lands, those are accidental marks.
Bese kuba nalama markings ke ungathi ke uwona ke nje ama markings ongathi ke azenzekeleke noma ke enzeke mhlawumbe asithi ke sebenzisa legama ke ngengozi ke ama mark enzeke ngengozi ke accidental.
So those marks are made during the manufacturing process.
Futhi ke lawo marks lawo ke enziwa ke ngalesikhathi ke sokwenziwa kwaso isibhamu.
While the groove is, for example, being cut, those are accidental marks.
Asithi mhlambe ke ngalesikhathi ke igroove leyo isikwa ngaso.
Wear and tear of the firearm, use of the firearm can also attribute to individual markings.
Nokusetshenziswa ke noma ke ukusebenza ke kwesibhamu noma ngokuhamba ke kwesikhathi ke isibhamu leso sisebenza nakho ke lokho kungaba nawo ke umthelela.
In ballistics, can two different firearms have the exact individual and class characteristics?
No, my lord, two bullets fired from two different firearms might share some class characteristics, but they will not share individual characteristics.
Iy'nhlamvu ey'mbili ey'setshenziswe ke kwiy'bhamu ey'mbili ey'hlukene ke kukhona ke la mhlambe not mhlambe khona ke nje ama-marks angaba nawo ke kodwa ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke ama-class characteristics angeke ke kube yinto eyodwa.
And then after you have done the comparison in the microscope, did you document the opinion somewhere?
No, my lord, I did not document any opinion.
Emuva ke sokuthi ke kwenzeke lo msebenzi ke sengiqhathanisile ke akukho la engabhala khona.
Is it required that you document the opinion?
No, my lord, there's no, only the verifier will be the one that documents the finding.
Akukho ke la ukuthi khona ngikwenzeke ilona kuphela ke ebewenza ke lo msebenzi ke ekuyena kufanele ke abhale phansi.
You spoke about the verification process. What does that entail?
Verification
Yes. What happens during the verification process?
of what? The individual character.
No. When you say you only document when you verify.
Oh, the verifier is the official person that will document. The official, for example, in this case, I think Lieutenant Colonel Serrao is the official verifier. He is the one that will be asked to he will document his own independent findings on a specific form.
Lana-ke bekuzoba uyena-ke uKenneth Seleyo ngoba uyena-ke oye wabheka-ke emuva kokuthi-ke kwenziwe-ke umsebenzi uyena-ke bekuzolindeleka ukuthi kube uyena obhala phansi lokho yena akutholile.
Are you aware if any other examiner or analyst was approached to give an opinion on this matter?
My Lord, during the time I was not aware of anybody else giving an opinion or who gave one or who verified the specific case.
Unalo yini ulwazi ukuthi ukhona yini omunye-ke ekwayiwa kuyena ukuthi naye-ke anikeze ngovo angazi ukuthi ubani omunye ekwayiwa kuyena-ke noma kwacelwa uvu kuyena.
You also made mention that you were approached on the 22nd of July 2020. Do you have an independent recollection of this incident?
The specific date was provided to me by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Ubhalile-ke la ukuthi-ke kwakungeyi-22 zikaJulayi 2020 ingaba yini khona-ke ekukhumbuzayo-ke ukuthi ulwazi losuku lolu uLieutenant Colonel Mangena uyena-ke owamtshela-ke ngosuku noma-ke ngedate le.
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena's case file, sorry, let me just.
Angikulungiseke lokho ngokuthi-ke i-case file noma-ke ifayili-ke yecala lakhe uLieutenant Colonel Mangena yena engikhumbuziwe.
As I asked Colonel Mangena for the specific date, he informed me it was the day before Lieutenant Colonel Soreo did the specific verification, and I confirmed that with the case file.
Ngoba-ke ngibuzile-ke ilanga-ke kuyena-ke uKenneth Mangena wabe esesho-ke ukuthi-ke ilanga leli elingaphambili-ke ukuthi-ke uLieutenant Colonel Seleyo abheke-ke umsebenzi-ke ngase-ke ngiyana kuyona-ke i-case file.
Well, I see it's 11:14. Can you take a 15 minutes adjournment before I wrap up?
DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo.
And then can you briefly tell the court what was your role and the purpose of that?
One of the, SANDF members was stationed at a separate point than his girlfriend, and he went there and he shot her several times, after which he proceeded to shoot himself.
Okwenzeka ke lana ukuthi ke omunye ke kumasosha ke la bizwa ukuthi iSANDF wayesebenza ke kwenye indawo bese kuthi ke athandana naye ke yena ke kwenye indawo wase ehamba ke eya la asebenzela khona ke usisi lona ke la amdubula khona ke amahlandla amaningi ke waseqhubeka ke naye eyidubula.
He did not die, my lord, and he was charged with the murder of his girlfriend.
Ngeshwa ke azange ashoneke noma ngenkathi ke noma ngeshwa azange ashoneke wase yena ke esetheswa icala ke manje lokuthi ke wabulala ke usisi abethandana naye.
Some of the exhibits were brought to South Africa for example the firearm and cartridge cases for examination.
Futhi ke amazibithi ke alethwa la eNingizimu Afrika ke ukuthi ke ahlolwe ke isibhamu kanye futhi ke nawo amagobolondo.
After which I was requested to do a crime scene reconstruction in the DRC.
Ila engacela khona ukuthi ngiyosebenza ke kuyona ke indawo leyo yesigameko khona eDRC.
Thank you. On paragraph 2.1.2, you also indicated that you obtained an advanced certificate in forensic criminalistic, specialized in forensic ballistic. Do you remember the duration of the course?
It was a 2-year certificate, my lord.
Okay. 2-year certificate. Lana nguzwa khona ke ukuthi ke eUNISA ke kwaba isikhathi esingakanani ngo2001 kwakuyi certificate engasenza ke iminyaka emibili.
You also mentioned that your office is equipped with a microscope. Do you know if other offices of other analysts or examiners are also equipped with microscopes?
Some of the offices, my lord, do not have microscopes in their offices. There is a central point where a microscope will then be shared.
Ushilo ke ukuthi ke kwelapho ihhovisi unayo ke imicroscope ngabe uyazini ukuthi ke abanye oza kwenu banawo yini kuma office abo abanye ke abanayo ke kukhona ke indawo la uhlangana khona ke noma ke exercise eyodwa.
In paragraph 3, you mentioned the period in which you were asked for an opinion. So my question is, did you know at the time when you gave this opinion that that opinion relates or pertains to this specific case?
After I gave the opinion to Colonel Mangena, I asked him regarding which case this was, and he informed me that it is the Senzo Meyiwa case.
Lana ke ku paragraph 3 ke uyasho ke noma uyasisho isikhathi owacelwa ngaso ke uyena ke uKenel Mangena ecela uvo kuwena. Ingabe ngaleso sikhathi yini wawazi yini ukuthi lolo vo unikeza ngalo mayelana neliphi icala kamuva ukuthi ke sengwenzile ke umsebenzi ke ngase ngimbuza ke uKenel Mangena ukuthi kumayelana neliphi icala wangitshela ke ukuthi icala lika Senzo Meyiwa.
If the defense counsels on behalf of accused 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 were to ask you if this was a borderline case, what will be your comment?
It is not a borderline case, my lord. I am sufficient. There is sufficient agreement of individual characteristics for me to be able to say that this is indeed.
necessary for the state to ask if counsel for accused number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 were to ask you if this is a borderline, what your comment would be, than for the state to ask him, hey, if this was in fact a borderline case.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you want me to say?
I'm asking from the understanding of the court whether that is an appropriate question or not.
I think it's appropriate because...
No, it is not appropriate.
Now, why do you ask me?
Because I want the court to redirect the state that you shouldn't really ask that question in that fashion. You should rather say, in your opinion, was this a borderline case or
How
not?
do you ask a judge an opinion? When the judge responds, then you say, no, I don't want you to say that. You must answer it this way.
I'm saying, my lord, Mero Motu, the court must then direct that question should be disallowed. It
No,
should
no, I'm not
be asked in that fashion.
disallowing it because I tried to explain to you that that is the defense which is proffered by all the accused that this was a borderline case. Not me saying that. Is the
That is
accused.
so, my lord, but the state in the conduct of its case should then be asking this witness, because the minute he assumes that it is us that are going to say it's a borderline case, naturally this witness is going to say no, it's not a borderline case, because he's not here for the defense. He's here on account of the state. Why can't the state then put a neutral assertion to her and say, in your view, after having determined this, after having done this analysis, do you find that this was a borderline case or not? Why does he have to mention us in his own case?
Well, they're within the law, and I'll tell you, I'll quote you just one big case, the South African Rugby Union case, where
Yes, my lord.
the old president gave a view when he was against Louis Late.
Yes.
The law says you must state the defense case to the witnesses of the state. That's what the law says.
But my
We
lord,
must put the defense case to the witnesses so that they can respond. So I don't see anything wrong with this question of saying they are saying it's a borderline case. The defense is saying that. What is your view? And this witness is supposed to be here as an expert. Now I'm told that he's a witness of the state. I thought you were here as an expert. Okay.
she is here, my lord, on account of the state.
As an expert.
Yes,
That's it.
that is the expectation. But whether or not she's here as an expert is supposed to be, it's another thing. But for the state to say, the defense says that this is a borderline case, what is your view? Obviously, the mind of this witness then gets stated. Why can't she be simply asked, was this in your view a borderline case or not?
I've allowed that question, sir.
Thank you, my lord.
Okay, so
Ma'am, can you proceed to answer the question?
In my opinion, it is not a borderline case as there is sufficient agreement of individual characteristics.
Ingabe ngokwakho-ke noma ngolwakho uvo-ke icala lelo ngathi-ke icala-ke elisasegcineni noma eseqophelweni-ke eliphezulu-ke cha ngokwami-ke kwangasilona-ke ngoba-ke lana kwakukhona-ke okwanele futhi-ke okwanginelisayo-ke nami-ke ukuthi kutholakala ngakulolu hlangothi futhi nangalapho kuyatholakala futhi.
I have no further questions, my lord, for this witness.
Thank you, my lord. I've got a few questions for you, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you talked about verification and giving of opinion by other analysts. Have you verified the work of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena before? Before the 22nd of July 2020,
Relating to any case or a specific case?
on other cases?
I have, my lord.
Ingabe ngaphambilini-ke kwaleli langa leli langa 22 July 2020 owacelwa ngalo Colonel Mangena-ke ukuthi-ke ubheke lona-ke umsebenzi awenza khona-ke la acela khona yebo akhona amanye amacala akhe-ke ake angicela kuwona.
Have you ever gave opinion on the findings of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena before 22 July 2020?
I have, my lord.
Yebo ngaphambili kwazo i-22 July 2020 senganikeza ngalo uvo umanye amacala akhe uKolonel Mangena.
And same thing has happened after the 22nd of July 2020. Has that ever happened after the 22nd of July 2020?
It has, my lord.
Futhi yebo nasemuva kwazo noma ngale kwazo i-22 July 2020.
And you gave evidence that you did not record your opinion on the day after you underwent the microscopic analysis.
That's correct, my lord.
Futhi-ke wethule nobufakazi-ke ukuthi-ke lokho-ke owakuthola-ke awubhalanga phansi yebo kuyiqiniso.
All right. Have you ever, it could be verification of his work or giving of your opinion, have you ever differed with Lieutenant Colonel Mangena? Especially when you are giving opinion, have you ever, before the 22nd of July 2020 or after the 22nd of July 2020?
I can't recall whether I've agreed with him or disagreed with him specifically, but the possibility does exist.
Sekuke kwenzeka yini-ke ukuthi ngaphambi kwazo i-22 July 2020 noma emuva kwazo i-22 zika July 2020 uma ucelwa-ke kuyena uKenneth Mangena uthi-ke unikeze ngovo ukuthi-ke usho uvo oluhlukile-ke kuyena angeke ngisho-ke noma ngisakhumbulile ukuthi kusuka kwenzeka-ke lokho ukuthi ngiphikisane naye-ke kodwa lokho kungenzeka-ke.
But I know you can't recall, but you can recall something that happened 22 July 2020. This is just a fair question. Have you ever gave a different opinion on the works or on the findings of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena? Yes or no?
I can't recall, my lord.
Angikhumbuli ukuthi sekwenzeka ukuthi yini nginikeze ngovo oluhlukile ku-Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Thank you. No further questions.
As the court pleases, my lord. Morning, ma'am.
Morning, sir.
Sorry. Morning, Captain.
Morning.
Captain, let's start briefly with a summation of your curriculum vitae. You stated that you did an internal training course and an external training course in ballistics, correct?
The ballistic training was internal, my lord. The external training was presented by UNISA, yes. So
Yebo-ke lokhu i-training ephathelene nama-ballistics yona-ke ngenzeka ngaphakathi-ke esiphoyiseni bese kuthi-ke le yangaphandle-ke yenziwa yi-UNISA.
And you've never attended any courses that were conducted by the FBI that your peers, Lieutenant Colonel Sereo and Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, attended?
no, my lord, I did not attend the FBI course.
I-course yona-ke ye-FBI lo ashoyo-ke kumele ukuthi uKenneth Mangena kanye noKenneth Sereo baya kuyona, mina-ke angazi ngiyona.
Now you join the Forensic Sciences Laboratory ballistic section in 2000, the year 2000, and then at paragraph 2.4, you state that you were declared competent and proficient in forensic ballistics examination. After how long since you joined were you declared competent and proficient?
If my recollection is correct, I was declared proficient on the 1st of April 2004. 2004.
You said the date?
The 1st of April 2004. But that is, if I'm correct.
Uma-ke ngingenzi iphutha-ke kwakungeyi-1 zika-April 2004 uma sebeshoko ukuthi manje sengikulungile-ke ukuthi-ke umsebenzi lona-ke noma-ke ukuhlolwa-ke kwawo-ke umsebenzi lo uphathelene nebhamu nenhlamvu ngingawenza. Nanjengoba mina ngaqala-ke ngo-2000 ukusebenza-ke kuwona ama-ballistic.
Now your testimony is that you are approached by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena to do microscopic comparison on his findings, correct?
It's an opinion. I was asked for an opinion on
Yes,
microscopic.
an opinion.
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqinisoko ukuthi ngazi 22 July 2020 ingathi-ke engangicela uyena uLieutenant Colonel Mangena engicela uvo.
Now, just briefly, between the 22nd of July 2020 to date, how many examinations and comparisons have you conducted?
My lord, I cannot recall. I will have to go back to the system. I have also been appointed as acting group leader where I oversee members and I review. So don't do as many cases specifically for a certain period of time.
Uma ungasho-ke ukuthi-ke ukusuka-ke ngaso-ke lesi sikhathi-ke kuze kube manje-ke ukuthi semangaki-ke amacala osuwenzile-ke ungafanele ngibuyele emuva-ke ngiyokubheka-ke lokho futhi-ke kuba nesikhathi-ke la engenzi umsebenzi omningi ngoba-ke kunesikhathi la khona-ke engaqokwa-ke ukuthi-ke ayibe mina-ke ohola ithimba-ke ukubheka umsebenzi wozakwethu.
But I can get the record for the court if needed.
Yes, but the point is it 10, 20, 100, 2,000 cases because you've conducted over 6,000 examinations and comparisons. So I want to know roughly from the time you did an opinion for Lieutenant Colonel Mangena to date. Let's forget about the period when you are promoted, you are now seeing members. when you were doing examinations? How many cases?
It will be more than 100, my lord, because we work overtime on a monthly basis. So for 34 hours a month, I actively do cases, at least for overtime, and then some during the day. It will depend on the circumstances of the day.
Uma sesingakhuluma ke noma uthi ke ayisho ukuthi ke kusuka ngaleso sikhathi ke kuzofika manje ke ngasho ke ukuthi ke amacala ke adlulile ke kuyena ke u100 ngoba ke kuba nenkathi ke la asithi mhlambe ke ngenyanga ke sebenze ke amahora awu34 futhi ke sebenza ke overtime kuloko.
And do you know the details of those 100 or so cases that you've conducted and examined?
No, my lord, there's too many to recall.
Amacala amaningi ke la ukuthi ke ngawakhumbula ukuthi iwaphi noma iwaphi la macala engisebenze kuwona.
Now, how come that you recall the details of this opinion for which you've told this court that there's no note, there's no way you recorded your workings and your examination of these test, the exhibit bullet and the test bullets?
As I explained, my lord, I asked Colonel Mangena after my microscopic examination what case this is. He informed me that it is a Senzo Meyiwa case. I know that I made it positive. I made the exhibit bullet positive to the test in this specific case. The lab numbers and the dates, that is completely different, but I know for a fact that I made it positive.
Uma usho ke uthi ke amanye amacala lana ke imininingwane yakhona ke awunayo kwenzeka kanjani ke ukuthi ke wazi ke mayelana naleli ke icala bese ngishilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ngambuza ke uma sengiqedile yena uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ukuthi yiliphi lecala leli wase ngitshela ukuthi ilona ke icala leli ekaSenzo Meyiwa yila engazi khona ke ukuthi ke ngiyazi ke ukuthi lapho ke engathola ke ngathola ke ukuthi ke inhlamvu lezi ezimbili ezaduduka ke ngesibhamu esisodwa ukuthi ke ama lab number kanye nama kona ke kuhlukile lokho kodwa ngangazi nje ukuthi imiphumela yona yayithini.
When Colonel Mangena came to me for an opinion, he had already done his own microscopic comparison.
Ngenkathi ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena eza kumina ke wayeseqedile yena ke ukuqhathanisa ke lokho ekwenza ngayo ke imicroscope.
I did my own independent microscopic work, to which I informed him of my findings.
Ngase mina ngizenzela ke owami ke umsebenzi ke ngase ngimtshela ke ngaloko engakuthola.
He recorded his findings and we agreed with his findings.
Yena ke lokho akuthola wayekubhale phansi ke sase siyavumelana ke ngaloko yena ke akuthola.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to limit your answer to my questions. The issues that I want to converse with you, I'll come to those issues. Right? Now, based on the fact that your opinion is not recorded anywhere, not even a worksheet to say, I, Ritha Probla Feliun, date 22 July 2020, comparison TB3, TB10, or whatever comparison you did, and then result in the inclusion, elimination, or inconclusive. We don't have a piece of document like that, correct?
I don't have a piece of document like that.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi akukho la engibhale khona phansi ke imininingwane mayelana ke nedate ukuthi ngenzani ninike futhi.
So all we have today here in court right now is your say so that you made certain comparisons and you came to a conclusion of a match or an inclusion. That's your say so. That's your ipsa dixit.
That's correct, my lord. I did it under oath.
Esinako thina ke iloko kushiwo kuwena ke ukuthi ngenza lokho ngase ngithola lokho. Yebo kuyiqiniso futhi ngikwenze lokho ke futhi ngikufungele.
Now let me give you a background of my cross-examination to you. Colonel Mangena testified in this matter regarding the exhibit firearm, the exhibit bullet that he tested and compared with the test fires. The beginning of the story is that in February of 2015, a warrant officer, Rulofse, received these exhibits and he fired 2 test fires, which is TB1 and TB2. Can I continue, Mr. Johnson? Okay. Then, upon Colonel Mangena's receipt of the test bullets, he first received the test bullets, TB1 and TB2. And then he later received the firearm, and upon receipt of the firearm, he fired several test fires, which are now 8 of them, TB3 to TB10. So the total tests fired were 10, inclusive of the 2 of warrant officer. Having compared, firstly, TB1 and TB2 with the exhibit bullet, he found that there were some individual marks, but not enough to make an inclusion or a finding, whether it's elimination, conclusion, inconclusive, or the like. Then he had to go and fetch the firearm at Cleveland Police Station so that he can fire the bullets that match the material that was used in the exhibit bullet that was found at the scene, which is a C&J. And to track back a bit, the tests TB1 and TB2 that were fired by Rule of Sec were FMJs, which are the full metal jackets. Mangena goes, gets the firearm, fires 2 FMJs and 6 CMJs. The complete metal jacket, 6 of those. So in total, 4 FMJs are fired. Mangena says his FMJs that he fired are PNP. The 6 CMJs, 2 are 6-SOA. 2, he forgot the make. Even at the time he testified, he didn't give the make of the manufacturer of those 2. And then the other one is ANG, the 2 are ANG. Then, having compared all the test fires, 10 of them, he saw the best profile of marks on TB5 and TB9 that he compared with the exhibit bullet and came to a finding of an inclusion. After that, that's when you and your colleagues come into picture on the 22nd of July. He testifies further, Colonel Mangena, to say, I then approached Captain Felyun, now Krobler, Captain or Warrant Officer Fesser, Lieutenant Colonel Serrel, I'm not sure about the ranks of the others, to furnish me with their opinions, which they did, and they agreed with me. On the 23rd of July 2020, he then approaches Lieutenant Colonel Serreo. So sorry, the third colleague was Warrant Officer Ntili. Serreo does the verification on the 23rd of July 2020. And he also examines TB3 to TB10, or all 10 of them. He was dilly-dallying as to whether he did on all 8 or on all 10 testifiers, compares them, and then he finds the best marks, profile of marks on TB8, and the lesser better marks on TB4, which he both then makes a finding of an inclusion or a match. You can interpret now, Mr. Jonas, because I have to move.
I remember the question you asked.
As far as I know, he's giving me a scenario.
It's a
but-
background, my lord. There's no question there.
See.
Yes. I can proceed. Now you come to court You've done an opinion on the 22nd of July. First question. At the time, Colonel Mangena gives you TB3 to TB10, did you know that he had already made a finding of an inclusion or a match?
Am I aware that he'd already made a finding?
At the time he approached you on the 22nd of July 2020, when he gave you the case file and the exhibits to compare, did you know then that he had made a positive finding?
I knew he had made a finding. As to what the finding was, I wasn't aware of. After my confirmation, I said, this is my opinion, which then he informed me, and it was documented that it is the same.
Ingabe ngazo i-22 July 2020 ngathi ke sorry uKenel Mangena ekunikeza yona le file wawazi ukuthi yina ke utholeni ke cha ngangingazi engengangikwazi ukuthi nje wenzileke umsebenzi khona akutholile ukuthi noma kuyakutholile kuyini ngangakwazi uma sengiqedile ke sengimtshela ukuthi mina nake ngikutholile yila asengitshela khona ukuthi yebo ke nami ngithole lokhu futhi wangitshengisa ngoba kwabhalwe phansi yena lokho awayekutholile.
And you have testified in evidence in chief about the manner in which you did the comparison. You said you took the exhibit bullet and took one of the test files side by side, compared them and made a finding, correct?
My lord, I said I first compared the tests to each other.
Yes. You compared the tests among themselves to familiarize yourself with the profile of markings. From there you remove the test and then now you start a comparison.
I then compared the first bullet and then a second bullet.
Engishilo qala ukuthi ke sorry ngiqale lana ke ngokuthi ke ama test ngiqhathanise wona kwase ke emuva kwalokho ngasusa ke manje ke enye ke inhlamvu ila engithatha khona ke inhlamvu yokuqala.
Now let us remove the vagueness. Those test bullets are marked TB3 to TB10. Which of those did the one that you say is the first, did you see the best mark on to compare with the exhibit bullet?
I can't recall the specific test, my lord, as I did not make a note.
Manje ke awusitshele ukuthi yipi ke lena ke owayithatha ke ngoba ke ayimakhiwe ke abo TB3 kuyofika ke na ke TB10 yipi ke owayithatha ke waqhathanisa nayo wabona ke ukuthi yipi othola ke kuyona ke ekuyona ke ama test angisakhumbuli ke ngoba ke angaze noma ke angizange ngibhale phansi.
Let's do this. I've given you the background scenario. Colonel Mangena compared TB5 and TB9 to the exhibit bullet. Did you compare TB5 and TB9? Did you compare TB5 and TB9?
When comparing all the tests to each other, I compared TB3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to each other. And they were fired from the same firearm. I familiarized myself, they had the same markings. So whether I specifically compared it to the specific exhibit, I cannot recall. But I did compare them to each other.
Lana ke uKenel Mangena ushilo ke ukuthi yena ke umeqhathanisa ke wathatha ke uTB5 kanye noTB9 ingabe nawe wakwenza yini lokho ke mina ke mangwathatha ke thatha kusuka kena ke uTB3 u4 5 6 7 8 9 no10 ke ngaqhathanisa ke enye kanye nenye.
Now let me add another spice to this point. Colonel Mangena says the barrel of the firearm that shot these tests was worn out. And as a result, the impartation of marks onto the bullets were not consistent. Thereby, he saw the best profile of marks on TB5 and 9. Sereo sees the best profile of marks on TB8, and he says to a lesser extent on TB4. And the FMJs in particular, because of the hard metal component and content of that bullet was difficult to, not difficult per se, but it did not transfer sufficient marks. So all I want to get from you is this. You indiscriminately test and compare TB3 to TB10, and correct me if I'm wrong. You are saying all of those TB3 to TB10 had sufficient marks on them for you to compare and make a positive finding. Is that what you say?
My lord, when I compared the tests to each other, even though the marks are lighter, they are still individual marks. Whether it be FMJ or CMJ, there are still sufficient marks to be able to say that even these marks are lighter, it is still the same firearm. Therefore, after my comparison between the tests, I took the best test and I compared it to the exam. Whether the marks are lighter or darker or more prominent, it doesn't matter. The point is, I could say that even the FMJs and CMJs were still fired from the same firearm. Whether the individual characteristics were more prominent or not, there was sufficient agreement of individual characteristics.
Ukuthi ke isimo ke salama marks sasinjani ke amanye egqamileke kunamanye noma ke engabukeki noma engabonakali kahle ke, kodwa ke lokho kumena ke kwafaneleke ukuthi ngiboneke ukuthi cha kukhona ke okukhona la noma ke engingasebenza ngakho lana ke ila esengithathe khona ke manje le engathi ke kwakuyila ungathi ke iwona ke angcono noma ke at the best ukuthi manje ngiqhubekeke ngenze noma ngiqhathanise ngokusebenzisa wona.
I get you. Now, I want to throw another thing as well. You compare TB3 to 10 with the exhibit bullet. Which method did you employ amongst the methods of determining the striations and the impressions on the bullet?
Pattern matching, my lord.
Mina ke indlela ke engayisebenzisa ke ukuthi ke ngiqhathanise ke noma lokubiza ukuthi ke ama pattern noma ke indlela ke.
Okay, you've briefly touched on how you compared the test with pattern matching. Exactly, what are we looking at compared to? There's a method also that Colonel Mangena and Colonel Serrell testified about, which is the CMS or consecutive matching striae method. The two of them. You say you only, or did you only do the pattern matching?
My lord, you can do pattern matching and inadvertently do CMS. CMS is simply a quantitative method to describe a pattern match.
Lana ke ungakwenza ke noma ungayisebenzisa ke lena ke ebizwa ngokuthi ke iyona ke pattern matching noma ke indlela ke kanye futhi ke nale ebizwa ngokuthi ke CMS yona ke ekuyindlela ke eyobheka ke yona ke ibheka yona ke i-pattern matching le CMS.
But in your comparison and in your observation, did you then within the group count the striae, or you just looked at the pattern and you did what's called a follow-up, and then look at the pattern, follow up until you reach group number 6, and then you come to a finding that this gives me a pattern that is similar to the exhibit bullet?
I use pattern matching, my lord.
Mina indlela engayisebenzisa ke ukuqhathanisa noma ukubheka ke ukuqhathanisa ke noma ke lebizwa ukuthi ke i-pattern matching.
And just to concretize this point, with pattern matching, we don't do the land counting, correct? We don't count the striaes as to how many times they recur and all of that, correct?
No, my lord, I look at the specific pattern, the width, the depth of the furrows, the marks, the specific pattern.
Mina ngikubhekayo ke lapho indlela nje ethize ke yokwenza noma ke ekwenzeka ngayo lokubizwa ukuthi ke ama striaes kanye futhi ke nama grooves kanye futhi nokuthi ke ujule kangakanani futhi uvuleke kangakanani.
And just on that, if I say for people that are ballistically not educated, if I say you do a follow-on as you look group the next group. Explain briefly what a follow-on is.
A follow-up, my lord, would be a second set of matching patterns to indicate that, so on your first group you'll have a pattern. You will follow to the next group. There will be an agreement of individual, which will be an agreement of the pattern. You will continue, you match the patterns to each other.
Uma ukhuluma ke nge-follow on yila khona ke uma usutholileke kweyoqala ke i-pattern usundlulela kwenye kule ngaphambilini bese futhi kuyandlulela nakwelandelayo.
And when you look at the test bullets under the microscope, TB3 to TB10, and you look at the exhibit bullet under the microscope, did you observe what you referred to in evidence in chief as slippage or skid marks on those exhibit bullet and test fires?
My lord, I simply explained as to how one of the means that you can distinguish between whether a 9mm was or a 38 was fired from a revolver. It was just an explanation.
Ngaphambilini ke bengichaza ke nje umahluko ke la ungathola khona ke uma bese ngikhuluma ke ngalama marks ngikhulume ke ubona ngama slip marks ama skid marks ukuthi yikona ke ukuchazelayo ukuthi bekusetshenziswa i38 noma bekusetshenziswa yona i9mm bengichaza lokho kuphela.
Yes, but now I'm asking you, within this context, did you see skid marks on the exhibit bullet and the test fires?
I can't recall, my lord. I simply looked at patterns. I can't recall whether it was a skid mark or a specific mark. There was agreement.
Engakubona ke ukuthi ke mina nje kwakhona ke ukuvumelana okwakukhona ke ukuthi kwakunalama mark ke esiwabiza ngokuthi ke ama skid marks ke angisakhumbula ukuthi kwakhona yini noma ngakuthola ngakubona yini lokho.
Now, if you look under a microscope as an examiner, and you find that the class characteristics are there, they are discernible, and there are some individual marks, but they are not sufficient for an identification, what conclusion may you as an examiner come to?
If there is not enough agreement of individual characteristics, my lord, I would prefer to make it inconclusive, as I cannot specifically say or include it.
Uma ukuthi ke ngiyathola ke ukuthi ke akwaneleke noma ke akukho kuvumelana okukhona ke ila engizothi khona ke uma sengificelela ke emaphethelweni ukuthi ke akwanele ngoba ke akukho engakusho ngesiqiniseko.
But I would record in my notes whether it is positively inclined or negatively inclined, for example.
Kodwa ke lokho into engizoyibhala ke kona ke ama notes am ukuthi uma ihlanganiswa ke ngoko positive noma ke u negative.
I was just about to come to that because I asked
iyahlanganiswa ke positive noma ke negative.
now your guiding document within the ballistic comparison and examination and the range of conclusions that you can arrive at are two documents. The first is the AFTE, the AFT theory of identification, and the second document is the AFT theory of results. that you can, of conclusions that you can arrive at. I just want to briefly touch with you on the third principle of AFTI, which says an examiner comes to a finding, whether it's an elimination, inclusion, or any other finding, in a subjective way, based on scientific principles and the examiner's training, experience, and knowledge. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware, my lord.
Umele lana ke uchaza ke ukuthi ke kunencwadi noma ke document abayibiza ngokuthi i-AFT ke la ukuthi ke yini ke elindelekile noma ke ekufanele ke lowo ongumcwaningi ayenze noma ke uma eseficelela ke noma efinyelela ke emaphethelweni aloko akutholayo uthi i-AFT ne kodwa ke incwadi noma document amabini i-AFT ne-AFT.
And those combination, the scientific principles, your eye, your mind, judgment, plus your experience, it helps you to arrive at a finding that there is sufficient agreement between the striations on the compared specimen. Correct?
Correct, my lord.
Uyachaza nokuthi ke tshela ukuthi yini ke ekulekelelayo ke ukuthi ihlo lakho umcabango wakho kanye futhi ke kanye nesilo noma ke ulwazi lwakho ke ukuthi yizona ke ezikulekelelayo ke ukuthi ufinyeleleke kuloko okutholile.
And in terms of principle number 2 of the theory of identification, in other words, I'm just going to sum it up. I'm not going to quote it verbatim because I don't have my material in front of me. It says, whether there's a level of sufficient agreement, you as an examiner, you must have observed marks that exceed the best agreement demonstrated between two marks known to have been produced by different tools and is consistent with agreement demonstrated by two marks known to have been produced by the same tool. And in essence, this leads us to what are commonly known as the known match and the known non-match. Would I be correct in that?
That's correct, my lord.
Are you reading from somewhere?
He's reading, he's summarizing.
It's principle 2. It's a long paragraph of the AFT theory of identification.
Interpret something I don't know. Just go. No, I've got it, but it's fine. Go.
Is it fine?
I will just look for something I don't know. Let's go.
Now, with regard to that, man, I just want to come to the subjectivity that comes to play, especially at the interpretation of your findings. Everything thus far has been under the microscope, but now saying that I am looking at the exhibit bullet compared to any of the test fires, and with my mind and my eye in the mind, I must look first at the marks that were produced by a tool known to have produced that, compared to marks that were produced by tools known to have been produced by that tool, and say, with that in mind, with that background of mind and my experience, this is either an elimination, inclusion, or inconclusive. Correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Ngokuqhathanisa ke ukubheka ke ngithi ke lokhu engikubonayo ke kubuya kuphi ke nalokho kubuya kuphi ke masikhuluma ngaso ke isibhamu ukuthi ke mase ngifica ke egcineni ukuthi ke ingqondo yami ke kanye nalo iselami yilokho engikubonayo ngithola khona lokho kuyiqiniso.
And Captain Serrano testified, I took something profoundly from him to say, we are in fact, as examiners, when you say we, I'm including myself under your category, you are saying it is a match, not because the marks are the same, but the marks are closer to similar. He used a term, I'm trying to look on my notes. He says it is microscopically identical. when you look at the marks under the microscope, they are almost identical.
That's correct, my lord, if that is what he said.
Uma kuyilokho ke akushilo ngoba ke umeli uthi ke okushiwo uyena ke usirewo ukuthi ke uma ke sibheka ke lokho hayi ukuthi ke ama marks ke afane ncamashi kodwa ke uma sibheka kuyona ke I microscope sizothi ke kuyahlangana ke noma ke imatch ngoba ke cishe kufane uma esho kanjalo ke yebo.
Now there's also the length impressions. Can you briefly say what are the length impressions?
The lines are between the grooves, my lord, they are the flatter surfaces without the striations.
Uma sithetha ngama-land lana ke sithetha ke la kuyona ke ama-grooves kodwa hayi la khona ke ekunale yamigqa khona ke la ekuflat khona.
Now, you were asked by my learned colleague, Advocate Sibanda, to give a description or a definition of class characteristics and individual characteristics, but I will add and say that's not the full story, because there are what are called subclass characteristics, correct?
There is subclass characteristics, my lord, there is such a thing, that's correct.
Kuyiqiniso yabo ikhona ke into ebizwa ngokuthi ke ama subclass.
And what are those subclass characteristics?
My lord, subclass characteristics occur during the manufacturing process. They are limited to a specific batch of barrels produced.
Lokho ke kwenzeka ngesikhathi ke sokwenziwa ke noma ke esokuveliswa ke futhi ke kuya ke noma ke ngama batch ke ahlukene ke awo ama barrels.
Which means that some firearms don't necessarily have subclass characteristics.
Okusho ukuthi ke ibhame ethize ke azibi nakho ke kona lokho okubizwa ngokuthi ke ama subclass.
Now, in order to concretely say the the class characteristics, we know those for a bullet, right? We know the caliber, we know the rifling, we know all of those things. With class characteristics, as you compare to individual characteristics, in order for you as an examiner to say, I have looked at individual, I've looked at class, then with that in mind, I've eliminated subclass which may mimic individual characteristics to an unintelligible examiner. And having eliminated subclass characteristics, I can then say, truly what is left here are the individual marks that correspond with the individual marks on the exhibit bullet, right?
That's correct, my lord.
Yabo lana ke uma usukhuluma ke ngalamana ke lona ayihambela ngawodwa noma ke lana ekuthiwa ama individual nawo ke uphinde uwabheke ke uso ubheka nawo la ekuthiwa ama ahlangene ke noma ke ama subclass.
Can you personally distinguish between subclass characteristics and individual characteristics?
My lord, that is what we are trained for. Subclass characteristics are not necessarily transferred to each and every groove on a specific barrel. It is also an accidental mark which occurs during the manufacturing process. So it could be limited to one groove only. Therefore, I don't identify only on one specific groove. I ensure that there is a follow-up and other markings on other grooves and on other portions of the bullet, for me to be able to distinguish between individual and subclass characteristics.
Ikona ke esikuqeqeshelwayo ke lokho ukuthi sihlukaniseke ingakho ke uma ngitholile ke ugroove eyodwa ke angigcini lapho ke ingakho ke sengidlulela kwelandelayo ke ngidlulele ke futhi kwenye ke ukubheka ke ukuthi ke lokho engikutholile ngizophinde ngikuthole yini uma ngidlulela kuwona onke.
But in order for you to eliminate subclass characteristics, you need to know the batch that was produced that have got those subclass characteristics, correct?
I don't understand the question. What do you mean by batch?
You said subclass characteristics are limited to a shape along batches, didn't understand you, of certain firearms during manufacture.
That's correct, my lord.
Now I'm saying to you, in order for you as an examiner sitting with a ocular microscope comparing the exhibit and the test fire, you must then remove or take from your mind the surplus characteristics so that what you are left with are truly individual characteristics and class characteristics for you to arrive at any finding.
That's correct, my lord.
Lana ke ukuthi ke ngizoficelela ke esigcinweni noma amaphethelweni ukuthi ngitholani ke ila engizofanele ngisuse khona ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke ama sub class futhi ngibheke wona ke lana ke ayihambelayo ngawodwa ke ama individual ikona ke ekuzongiholela ekuthini ke ngifike noma ke ngifike emaphethelweni.
Amen. And if you cannot answer this, you may say you can't answer it. You are approached on the 22nd of July 2020 by Colonel Mangena for an opinion, right?
That's correct, my lord.
What was your rank at the time?
I was a captain, my lord.
Nge-22 sika July 2020 uma eza kumina ke uKenel Mangena ezongicela ke uvo ngangiu-captain.
Therefore, you were suitably qualified for him also to have requested you to do a verification, correct?
My lord, my rank has nothing to do whether I'm suitable or qualified to give an opinion as to a microscopic finding.
Ukuthi ke isikhundla sami ke CP ke akunalutho noma akuhlangene lutho ke nokuthi ke nganikeza ngovo noma nganikezi ke ngalo uvo.
Because the criteria simply is that as long as you are a qualified examiner with experience, you can either proffer an opinion to a colleague or be asked to verify the findings of a colleague, correct?
As long as I am trained and sufficient and competent on the specific level, irrespective of rank, you can give an opinion or a verification, my lord.
Okufunekayo nje ukuthi ke uba nje ngitholile ngiqeqeshiwe ke futhi ke kwashiwa ukuthi ngikulungele ukwenza lokho ukuthi ke iranki ke yipi lokho ke akuhlangene nje lutho.
And similarly, I'm perturbed by this perception of the experts or so-called experts when they come to court and they are asked, what is your high-profile case? Does Ballistic look at high-profile cases or they look at bullets from and components of ammunition, firearms from the scene, irrespective of the nature of the personality involved in the offense?
We look at the exhibits, my lord, irrespective of whether it is publicized or not.
Thina ke sikubhekayo noma sibuka ke amazibithi ukuthi ke icala leli ke liyasakazwa ke noma cha asibheki ke lokho.
So in your vocabulary there's no, because I learned this from a fingerprint expert. I put a question to him, I said high profile, he says no, we're looking at the case, we're not looking at high profile.
That's correct.
Similarly, the same should apply to you.
That's correct, my lord, the same applies.
Kuyiqiniso nakuthina ke ukuthi ke sibheka ke amazibithi asibheki ukuthi ke icala elinjani.
Now, have you ever been requested to verify a finding of an elimination?
I have, my lord.
Usuke wacela yini ke ukuthi ke ubheke ke la khona ke kuthiwe cha lo asikuhlanganisi ngaloko siyakhipha yebo kusuke kwenzeka ke lokho.
Have you ever been asked to verify a finding of inconclusive?
I have, my lord.
Ukuthi nokuthi futhi ke ubheke ukuthi lana ke yebo kukhona khona ke kodwa ke akwaneleke yebo naloko seke ngakwenza.
With regard to the inconclusive finding for peer review, did you confirm or make it an inclusion or elimination?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You've been asked before to verify an inconclusive finding, right?
That's correct, my lord.
And when you verified, you did your independent microscopic examination. Did you then go to the primary examiner and say, no, for me, it's not an inconclusive case, it is a positive case, or for me, it is not an inconclusive, it's an elimination?
I have, my lord.
Manje ke kulokhu ke la uthi khona ke uceliwe ukuthi ubheke ke kuthiwa la cha khona ke la esikutholayo ke yebo khona ukutholakala kodwa ke akwaneleke noma ke akupheleleke ukuthi wena ke uma usubheka manje uthi cha ubuyele kulomuntu ocelile uthi la lokho engikutholayo ke lana cha lokho ke akusuka ukuthi nje akuphelele kuyakhishwa noma ke akuhlangani yebo ngiseke ngakwenza lokho.
Now in this instance, do you know Mr. Dave Peterson, who used to be attached to the Forensic Sciences Laboratory Ballistic section as well?
I know Mr. Peterson, my lord.
Ingabe uyamazi yini uDave Peterson naye ke usuke wasebenza ke la nisebenza khona yebo ngiyamazi.
Now we as the defense have retained him and he has examined TB1 to TB10, compared it with the exhibit bullet in the presence of the investigating officer of this case, Brigadier Geninda and Lieutenant Colonel Mangena. And his findings are that this is an inconclusive case because he could find discernible class characteristics, he could find some individual characteristics, but they are not sufficient enough to make an inclusion. Therefore, he made it a case of an inconclusive finding. So I'm not going to speak about borderline. I don't speak about borderline. I'm speaking ballistics now. This is an inconclusive finding according to Dave Peterson.
I thought you would respond.
I'm not sure what the question.
Do you want to comment on that?
Mr. Peters is entitled. Because we do cases on a daily basis. Mr. Peters has left the laboratory to my extent on 2015. I don't know how many cases he's been doing.
Lana ke mangikubuza ngaye ke Mr. Dave Peters uthi naye ke usebenzile ke lana ke noma ke naye ke waqhathanisa ngaye uTB1 yofika ke kuTB10 futhi ke eqhathanisa nalo ke inhlamvu lena ke ezibithi wathola yena ke ukuthi ke cha lokhu ke akwanele ke noma ke lokhu akutholile ke na ke akwanele uthi ke ma iphendula ke thina ke sisebenza ngamacala ke ngathi ke ilanga nelanga uMr Peters uhambe elab ngo2015 angazi ukuthi mangaka amacala asebenza ngawo.
His opinion would be based on his own experience and training, my lord.
Uvo lwakhe ke lumayelana ke nesipilo anaso ke futhi ke ne training ayithola.
Mr. Peters also has done over 6,000 cases, but on what he does on a daily basis, he'll come and tell this court. But when it comes to borderline, let me address this issue of borderline. In our consultation with him, he says the reason why Colonel Mangena approaches, and I'm sorry to not name you by ranks, it means no disrespect to all of you. The reason why I approached Felyun, I mean, that's what he says, Mr. Dave Peters. The reason why Colonel Mangena approaches these individuals, Ntini, Fesser, and Felyun, is because he was having difficulty. This was a borderline case of identification, which could have been made inconclusive. And I told Colonel Mangena during our testing in his Mistrend laboratory that this is a borderline inconclusive case, therefore it should have been made inconclusive. That's why the word borderline comes in.
My lord, I would suspect that that statement is based on Mr. Peters' assumption and opinion.
Sorry.
No.
Lana ke angitshele ke ukuthi ke okushiwo uyena ke uPeters ukuthi ke ungani ke uKolonel Mangena waya ke kulabantu ke ababiziwe ke ukuthi ke uFelyun abontini kanye futhi ke nalabo abanye ke ingoba ke wayibona ukuthi la kulecala lekwakufanele ke nje afinyelele ukuthi ke cha lana akwanele ke ingakho ayakubona ke uma iphendula ke uthi ke lokho ke umcabango wakhe ke yena ke uDave Peters.
My Lord, I'm almost done. May I be given just a moment to go through my notes to see if I haven't left anything.
Sorry, just for my understanding. How long did you work with Mr. Peterson?
From 2000, my lord, until 2015.
Sebenze naye ke Mr Peters ukusuka ngo2000 asole ngo2000 kwayofika ke naye u2015.
And then you say he left.
He left the laboratory.
Of the South African Ballistics.
That is correct, my lord.
Waseyahamba ke ngaye u2015.
To do what? Do you know? If you don't know.
As far as I understand, he's a private expert.
Private?
He started his own company.
Okay.
Ngokwazi kwami ke waqala inkampani yakhe ke ungoti oyimele.
And what exactly it is, I cannot recall.
Ukuthi kuyini ke angikhumbuli.
My Lord, that's all I have for the witness. Thank you, Amanda.
Why do you quantify the type of work he does? You say you guys work daily with these ballistics.
That is correct, my lord.
Daily.
Daily, that is our core function, my lord, is examination of firearms and tool marks
For the whole of South Africa.
for all the examiners in South Africa.
Umsebenzi wethu esiwenza ke nelanga ke futhi ke sisebenzela ke eSouth Africa yonkana.
Whether you receive a firearm or exhibits on a basis, whether you receive tool marks will be determined by the operational commander.
Ukuthi ke uthola ke ibhamu ke uthola ke ama tool marks lokho ke uzo uyena ke icommander ozokusho ke lokho.
Yeah, man, before just I finish, that's like I said to you, what Mr. Peterson does on a daily basis, he'll come to this court because it will be wrong for me to put a proposition that he also works daily with firearms when he hasn't given me that instruction. So he'll speak for himself. Thank you.
Uzoyisholo yena ke ukuthi wenzani ke noma ke umkhuke umsebenzi awenzayo angeke ngimkhulumele mina ke uPeterson.
Sorry, and what was his rank when he left?
Lieutenant Colonel, my lord.
Waye uLieutenant Colonel naye ke uma esebeka phansi ke khona lapha le yena uDavid.
Yes. Further cross-examination, Mr. Nisi.
As within the court, I realize that we only 10 minutes towards the lunch adjournment. So President, I start with the cross-examination.
What time should we start?
2 months. Normally, the starting time of the lunch is 2 o'clock.
Is that okay, Mr.?
It's in order, my lord.
Available 10 to 2.
I'm available, my lord.
Okay. We'll come back at 10 to 2.
libhalisweke yebo liqiniso.
Is that aspect said the reason for that is to trace is to track or trace the movement of that exhibit. Do you also share the same reason?
Kushiwo ke nokuthi-ke isizathu-ke nabembangela yalokho ukuthi-ke ukubhekane nokulandelela-ke izibili lelo or ukuthi-ke liyakuyiqiniso.
Now, what are the legalities? And I'm asking these questions based on the fact that you are an expert within the parameters of the ballistic unit. What are the legalities of an exhibit that gets into the forensic science laboratory in a way other than it being registered at the administrative section of the forensic science laboratory?
Kwenziwa kanjani-ke ukuthi-ke masekulandelelwa-ke ukuthi-ke izibili lelo-ke ngaphandle kokuthi libhaliswele lapha phambili ukuthi-ke lokho kuya ngemininingwane-ke yalo icala lelo.
Mind to give an example? Yes, an example. I'm saying, do you mind to give an example?
Okwenzekayo ukuthi-ke ophenye icala uyena-ke ozoletha-ke bese-ke iyobhaliswa-ke bese-ke idluliselwa-ke kuloko ozoba uyena uhlangene.
For example, if you collect, for example, spender or something, it depends on what the currency is. Maybe, for example, if you collect a small sample of a plank of wood that you cut out yourself, it will then be sealed at the scene, for example, and you will register it at the ballistic administration section.
Kuya ngokuthi-ke yini-ke oyiphethe noma uhamba nayo mhlampe-ke usike nje iplanka-ke khona lapho kwindawo leyo yesigameko bese uyalifaka-ke ngaphakathi kuloko uyifaka kona ubese uyahamba-ke uyolibhalisa khona lapho eballistic.
I will go back to the reason why an exhibit that is capable of being packaged into a seal bag should be put in the seal bag, and the seal thereof should be sealed before it gets sent to the forensic science laboratory. Because the experts have elucidated on that aspect for quite some time now. They've explained the reason for that. So me and you won't go to that aspect again.
Ngeke sibe sabuyela-ke emuva-ke ongoti sebekhulumile ngako-ke isizathu sokuthi-ke kuthathwe-ke izibiti khona lapho lifakwe esikhwameni asingeke sibuyele kulokho.
Thank you. Now let me try to paint the following scenario. In respect of what I've just asked you. Now there's an exhibit that is handed over, or that was handed over to the forensic science laboratory. It got worked upon by a certain expert, and then it was released. And with the instruction that it should go for destruction, I'm talking of a firearm. There was a specific instruction that firearm should go for destruction. After that expert from the forensic science laboratory had worked on it. It was taken out of the premises of the forensic science laboratory. Okay, let me pause there. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you.
Sikhona-ke nje isibhamu sokhuluma ngaso-ke lana ekwathi-ke uma sesiqediwe-ke ukusetshenziswa ngaso kwathiwa-ke asihanjiswe-ke.
Now, you will agree with me that when the initial expert who worked on that exhibit had finalized his examination on that exhibit, he or she would seal it before it gets out of the forensic science laboratory, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi seqedile kusebenza ngaleso sibhamu ngaphambi kokuthi siphumeke khona ke eLab kuzofanele ke asifake ke kusona ke isikhwama sezobufakazi.
Thank you. Now, this is what exactly happened here. It went to the police station where instructions were given to the SAP 13 custodian, who was a captain, with instruction that he needed to prepare the firearm for destruction. But just before it could go for destruction, information apparently surfaced that that firearm could be linked with certain sins, or with this case that we're busy with now. Do you follow up to this far?
I follow, my lord.
Kukhulunywe ngaleso sibhamu njengaphambi kokuthi ke sithathwe ke siyoqhutshwa leso sibhamu leso kwakhona okuvelayo ukuthi ke singahlanganiswa ke nezigameko ezithile kakhulukazi lesi isigameko esingaso khona la.
Now, as a result of that information which surfaced, an expert from the forensic science laboratory went to the police station, go and retrieve the firearm, and took it back to the forensic science laboratory. However, when he fetched it, he found that the bag, the seal bag of that in which that firearm was put, was broken. Do you follow up to that far?
I follow, my lord.
Wasekethi ke manje ke sekutholakele ke lokho siyahamba kuyothatha leso sibhamu leso ezobuyela naso ke eLab kodwa wathola ukuthi leso sibhamu leso sizobufakazi isibhamu esasifakwe kusona ke manje ke asisavalekile ke noma ke asaphelele.
Nonetheless, he took it to the forensic science laboratory. Firearm was never registered, according to, in fact, let me put it this way. It was not received the manner in which exhibits are supposed to be received at the forensic science laboratory. That is through the administration section of the forensic science laboratory, where they will issue you out with an acknowledgement of receipt, you know, that little paper. So he took it straight and direct to his office. Do you follow?
I follow, my lord.
Asitholakala ke ngendlela ke ekumele ukuthi ke sitholakala ngayo wase eyahamba naso ke manje eya ehhovisi lakhe.
He went on to conduct some tests on the firearm, part of which we are a bone of contention now. And he approached you. You probably know now that I'm talking about Colonel Mangena.
I know, my lord.
Thank you.
Yebo ngiyazi ke ukuthi ukhuluma ngaye uKenel Mangena.
Now, the question is, in view of the fact that each and every exhibit that is supposed to get into the forensic science laboratory, it had to follow certain protocol. And in this instance, such protocol was never followed. What is the view of the forensic science laboratory in respect of this protocol that was not followed?
Firstly, my lord, there will be circumstances as to why Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, if we're not talking about the same person, would go to the SAP 13 and collect the firearm. There would be a reason therefore.
Okokuqala ke soba khona isizathu sokuthi ke kungani ke enza ngendlela enza ngayo uKenel Mangena ukuthi ke ahambe ke aye khona lapho futhi ke aye ke SAP 13 ayothola isibhamu.
As to that, I cannot elaborate. I don't know what the reason is. You didn't explain that to me.
Ukuthi ke kungani ke akukho ke engakusho awusho ngokumina ukuthi kwangani.
Further, the exhibits received at case administration at the forensic science laboratory are handed in by investigating officers and are accompanied by a covering letter and then, as you said, acknowledgement of receipt.
Futhi ke amaqala uma engena khona ke eLab noma ke amafayili ke alethwa ibona ke abaphenya amaqala futhi ke kunencwadi ke noma ke iletter ke ehamba nayo kanye ke nala futhi ke khona umuntu avumayo ke khona ukuthi yebo ngikutholile lokho.
This covering letter, for example, will mention exhibits that are handed in and to the analysis they require.
Lapho ke izochaza ke amazibithi alethiwe kanye futhi nokuthi yini ekufanele yenziwe.
So this process will then essentially not be applicable, as Colonel Mangena is not an investigating officer with a covering letter handing it in at case reception.
Manje ke lokho angeke kwenzekeke nanjengoba yena ke uKolonel Mangena ungasiyena ke ophenye icala futhi ke ayikho neletter ke noma ke lokho kubizwa ukuthi phecelezi ke covering letter noma incwadi ke ehamba nayo.
As when Colonel Mangena when you receive anything from an SIP 13, my lord, there are specific procedures that are followed at the specific SIP 13, which are police procedures.
Futhi ke khona ke kwenziwayo ke kuloko kubizwa ngokuthi ke SIP 13 ekuyindlela amaphoyisa enza ngayo.
So I would then expect that even if Lieutenant Colonel Mangena collected the exhibit himself, he would have followed those specific procedures.
Ngindlela ukuthi ke noma ke uKolonel Mangena kuyena ke owaya wayosithatha ke isibhamu kufanele ukuthi lezo intelo lezo ke wazilandela.
This court has been told that he went to the SAP 13 at the instructions of the investigating officer. In other words, the investigating officer said to him, I've got information that a certain firearm that the warrant rule officer worked on could be involved in this case. Can you please go fetch it at SAP 13? That is the reason why he personally went there. And he came and told this court that the reason why he did not request the investigating officer to go fetch it himself is because he himself knew exactly where to find that firearm. That is what he told this court. Do you follow?
I follow, my lord.
I was just addressing something so that I
no,
missed it.
thank you. I think you have to stay. I'm saying, for the benefit of Mr. Jonas, Mr. Mangena told this court that the reason why he personally went to the SAP 13 himself, it's because the investigating officer, Lieutenant Colonel Kininda, Mr. Kininda told him that there is a firearm that warrant officer worked on, which could be linked in this case.
Sorry. Okay, proceed, sorry.
Thank you. He then requested Mr. Mangena to go there personally fetch the firearm. And the reason why Mr. Mangena did not request Kininda to bring it to him was that Mangena knew specifically where to find that firearm.
uKolonel Mangena etshela ke lenkantolo izathu sokuthi ke ahambe ke ayiyele yena ke mathupha ke police station ngoba ke kwakhulumisana naye ke uBrigadier Kininda futhi ke izathu sokuthi ke ungabi yena ke uBrigadier Kininda oyayo kodwa Mangena ayiyele khona lapho wangoba ke uKolonel Mangena wayazi ukuthi isibhamu lesi uzosithola kuphi futhi uKininda wakusho ke nabo ukuthi isibhamu lesi ke lesi warrant officer rule asebenza ngaso kungenzeka ke ukuthi ke siyambandakanyeka icala elithize.
Do you follow?
I follow, my lord. I just don't understand the concept of knew exactly where to find the firearm.
Yeah,
Is he referring
listen,
to the...
maybe they're not telling you the whole story. Kininda's evidence, Mangena's evidence is that this firearm was involved in a Cleveland case where somebody else was charged with unlawful possession of that very same firearm. And that case was finalized. That's one of the aspects which you're not being told. That case was finalized. So according to Mangena, when he goes to fetch that firearm, it's supposed to be just destroyed. It's not going to be investigated in any other matter except the one which he assumes it could be relevant to. Okay.
Okunye ke okusho kwamahlulelile ummeli angakusho kwenabi ukuthi ke futhi ke wayekwazi ke uMangena ukuthi ke isibhamu leso ke sasihlanganiswa ke necala ke lase Cleveland la ekwakunomuntu khona ke owayethweswe ke lelo cala lelo bebisokuthi ke manje ke mase qediwe ke ngalelo cala alikho elinye icala bezohlanganiswa naso lesi sibhamu lesi ngoba ke seliqediwe leliyana.
That is exactly what I was saying. That warrant officer, rule officer, worked on this firearm, he completed his examination in his firearm, put it in the seal bag, and his firearm was sent back to the police station where it came from.
I understand.
I only omitted to mention the name of the police station, which is Cleveland. And at the police station, the SAP 13 clerk, yes, I think it's Mr. Mchali, then received instruction that he needed to prepare that firearm for destruction.
I understand, my lord.
But before that process could eventuate, then Mr. Mangena, Mr. Kiminda approached or informed Mr. Mangena that no, that firearm that warrant officer, rule officer worked on could be involved in this case.
I understand, my lord.
Could you then please go and fetch it? That is exactly
Okay.
where I am.
Ngiyakuzwa-ke ukuthi washiwo kanjalo ukuthi-ke kusengenzeka-ke ukuthi leso sibhamu leso siyambandakanyeka kuleli cala manje hamba-ke uyosilanda.
Now, would you agree with me that as soon as that firearm was released by the Forensic Science Laboratory after warrant officer rule officer worked on it, it went out of the perimeters of the Forensic Science Laboratory? In other words, it was released.
It left the property, my lord, if that is what you're trying to say.
Yabo-ke usesiqedile-ke ngaso ukuthi isibhamu leso saye sesiphuma-ke khona lapho.
Now, because the Forensic Science Laboratory knew that such an exhibit is no longer in our possession, what should have been the proper protocol in respect of its return back into the Forensic Science Laboratory?
My lord, this is an exception. There isn't necessarily specific protocol because this is something out of the ordinary. It is not a standard norm or an average case that we get to examine in the laboratory.
Lana-ke sikhuluma ngento-ke eyayingajwayelekile-ke noma-ke lokhu ngandlela-ke sivamise ukuthi senze ngayo-ke e-lab kodwa-ke nje lena kwakuyisimo nje esasisodwa noma-ke esasikhethekile.
What is ordinary about this one?
There's nothing ordinary about this case in terms of the collection of the firearm. I'm saying ordinary case, received at case reception, following the process, handed to the analyst, you do it in your office, you reseal it, you hand it back to the safe. That is an ordinary daily case.
Mangikhuluma-ke ngecala-ke elijwayelekile-ke lamalanga onke-ke ila icala elibhaliswa khona-ke mala elifikela khona-ke lidluliselwa kuwena uyasebenza ngalo bese futhi uyalibuyisela-ke.
Maybe I did not understand you when you speak about extraordinary. Were you saying that this case was an extraordinary case?
This specific situation would be extraordinary as to now the firearm is up for
Yes.
destruction and it is at the SIP 13.
Yes,
And Colonel Mangena would like to re-examine the firearm.
yes.
That is something else.
Lana-ke bese sikhuluma manje-ke ngokunye-ke noma-ke mhlambe engasibona lokhu okujwayelekile ukuthi isibhamu kwaseqediwe ukusetshenziswa ngaso sekuzohanjwa-ke manje sesiyochithwa-ke manje uKenel Mangena fanele aphinde futhi asebenze ngaso.
That is exactly my question. What is extraordinary about that?
I would assume that in order to prevent the firearm from being sent for destruction, Colonel Mangena took immediate action to ensure that he can collect the firearm, that it is available for recollection. Once it is destroyed, it cannot be re-examined. So, in my opinion, it would be to prevent such an event from occurring.
Lana-ke ngikhuluma ngokuthi-ke kwakuyena-ke ukuthi manje-ke avimbeke ukuthi isibhamu lesi sithathwe-ke manje bese siyohlakazwa-ke ngokuthi-ke ayihambele yena-ke ayiyele khona lapho ayosithola isibhamu ngoba uma bese sihlakaziwe-ke bengeke aphinde akwazi-ke ukuthi asibheke noma sihlole.
What do you say about the fact that he received information from the investigating officer? Should he not have said to the investigating officer, no, bring that firearm yourself?
It depends on the situation, my lord. I cannot comment as to why the investigating officer asked Colonel Mangena to collect it.
Angeke ngikusho ukuthi kwakungani ukuthi umphenyi wecala abesethi-ke uKenel Mangena akahambe yena ayosilanda isibhamu.
Thank you. But now, even so, upon Mr. Mangena's arrival with the firearm in the Forensic Science Laboratory, did he not have to go through the proper channel of registering the firearm through the administrative section of the Forensic Science Laboratory?
Not necessarily, my lord, because the case has been registered. It's the same firearm received. There's no specific procedure that needs to be followed.
Kwakungekho ke kwakufanele kwenze noma ke akulandeleke ngoba ke isibhamu leso sasesikhona lapho ke futhi neqala futhi nalo ke seli registered.
As long as Colonel Mangena kept record of his actions, that it would be sufficient.
Ukuthi nje uKenel Mangena yena ke konke awayekwenza ke kube okubhalwa phansi.
Now, what about the notion that every exhibit that gets into the into the Forensic Science Laboratory needs to be registered in order to track its movement? Where does that fit in the fact that Mr. Mangena did not register his firearm?
In terms of tracking an exhibit, my lord, there are several people handling that specific exhibit. Once it is received by an administrative person who registers it. From there, the ballistic administration section will come collect the specific firearm. From there, it will be placed in the ballistic safe. From there, it will be handed over to an analyst by someone working in the safe. So there are several people involved in handling that specific exhibit.
Kunabantu ke bahlukene ke abambandakanyekayo ke noma ke isibhamu leso ke noma izibiti lelo elizohamba kubona ke ngaphambilini kokuthi uma sekukhulunywa ke ngokuthi ngokulandelela nokubheka ukuthi ke sihamba kuphi noma izibiti lelo likuphi nendawo.
So for the example of this specific case, Colonel Mangena is the only one handling the firearm. So the procedure will then be different.
Lana ke uKenel Mangena kwakuyena kuphela umuntu ke owayesebenza noma ephethe ke leso sibhamu okusho ukuthi ke manje indlela ke yokwenza izokwehluka.
Are you suggesting, ma'am, that you could also have gone to a scene somewhere, go fetch the firearm and not register it and take it into your laboratory and work on it without having first to register it with the administrative section of the Forensic Science Laboratory? Is that what you're saying?
No, my lord, that is not what I'm saying. It will depend on the merits of the case. This firearm has already been at the laboratory. There is already a record of this firearm. I'm not collecting a brand new exhibit that has never been received at the laboratory. I will not. That is a completely different set of circumstances.
Nasikona ke lokho ngisho ukuthi nami bengahamba ngiye noma ikuphi ngiyolanda ke izibithi ngingalibhalisile kodwa ke lana kuhlukileke ngoba lesi sibhamu bese sikhona ke ngaphambilini khona lana ke akusiyo ukuthi ke kuyolandwa ke into noma okusha ongasetshenzwanga ngakho la bekuhlukile kulesi sibhamu.
Thank you. Now, this firearm, whether for good or wrong reasons, it got into the Forensic Science Laboratory. Then Mangena worked on it. He then analyzed the scene bullets vis-a-vis the test bullets which you have testified about. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Sasesifika kuyena ke uMangena wabe esesebenza ke manje ngenhlamvu lena ke indawo yesigameko kanye naleyo ke ekuyena ke waba inhlamvu eyatestwa.
And amongst others, what it did was to request your opinion on this firearm. That's what you told the court.
That's correct, my lord.
Akwenza ke ukuthi acele kumina ke uvo mayelana nalesi sibhamu.
Did Mangena tell you the reason why
markings. From there, I proceeded to compare the test bullets to the specific exhibit bullet. after which I determined that the exhibit bullet was fired from the same firearm as the test bullets.
Engakwenza ukuthi ke kuqala ngiqhathanise wona ke ama test lana ke noma inhlamvu lezi ke kwakuyizona ke ezayisetshenziswa ukutesta ukubheka ke ama marks lawo ngase kamuva ke ngithatha ke manje inhlamvu lena ekuyiyona eyatholakala ke kwindawo yesigameko ngiqhathanisa nawo ke ama test ila ngase ngithola khona ke ukuthi kwasebenza ke isibhamu esodwa ukudubula inhlamvu le eyatholakala kwindawo yesigameko nalezi eyama test.
And you told the court that the method that you used was pattern matching, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi ke indlela engenza ngayo ke le esibiza ke thina ke emaphoyiseni ke noma esiphoyiseni njenge pattern matching.
And you further told the court that prior to comparing the test bullet with the same bullet, you started by comparing the test bullets themselves to find out if they were indeed fired from the same firearm. Did I get you well there?
It was to familiarize myself with the markings, my lord, not to determine whether they were fired from the same firearm.
Uma ke ngikhathanisa ke ama test wona odwa ke bangangabheki ukuthi ke kwadutshulwa noma kwasetshenziswa isibhamu esodwa yini kwakuyijwayeza nje ngama markings lawo akhona lapho.
And the test bullets that you determined assured you that they were indeed from a similar, they were discharged from the same tool, not so?
That's correct. Yes, my lord.
Futhi ke le inhlamvu lezi ke zama test ke za ila engathola khona ukuthi ngempela ke abuya kwisibhamu esodwa.
Now, before we go further, because Mr. Mangena requested your opinion, why did you have to pen a 212 statement?
The 212 statement, my lord, was requested by Advocate Baloy.
Ngoba ke uKennel Mangena wacela ke noma ewayicela kona kwakuwuvo unganike wenze le statement lesi ke esiphambi kwakho ke lesi esibiza ngokuthi ke i212 kungoba ke sicelwe uyena ke uAdvocate Baloyi.
Is it the procedure, ma'am, that when a person who has been requested for an opinion, if that ever does happen within the context of forensic science laboratory?
It's not necessarily...
I'm not yet done with asking a question.
Excuse me. Sorry, my lord.
Is it procedure that a person who has been requested to give an opinion and they go through the bullet under, they go through the exhibits using microscope, they pen a 212 statement? In other words, what you did was that normal procedure?
It's not the standard procedure, my lord, but there is, again, an exception.
Ngeke ngithi noma akusiyona ke indlela ke ekwenziwa ngayo ke kodwa ke kukhona ke la khona ke ungathi ke khona ke ungakwenza ke noma ke ungayenza ke into ukuthi ke mina ngenze istatement lesi esibiza ngokuthi ke i212.
What are the exceptions in this case?
In this case, my lord, it was requested by Advocate Baloy, as it was mentioned in court that we did view the exhibit bullets and the test bullet for us to furnish the court with the report.
Lana ke kube uyena ke uAdvocate Baloyi ocelileke ukuthi ke istatement lesi angisenzeke nanjengoba kuye kwavela ke noma kwashiwo ke la enkantolo ukuthi ke nathi ke sasebenza ke kusona lesibhamu kanye futhi nenhlamvu lesi.
Mr. Baloyi does not work at the forensic science laboratory. You probably don't work according to his instructions. Not so.
My lord, I cannot answer such a question.
I wanted to raise an objection. It's an unfair question.
It's a legal document, 212, is it not?
It's a legal document.
Yeah.
What is the issue with the legal document, my lord?
Section 212 affidavit is a legal document.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Is it correct to Mr.
That's correct, ma'am.
And then he said it's correct. You don't think it is?
But I don't understand what are the basis for the court to raise the issue that the 212 statement is a legal document.
It's because you are saying Baloyi doesn't work in a laboratory.
Yes.
So I'm saying the document which this witness says was prepared for her by Baloyi, it's a legal document. Section 202, subsection 4, subsection 8 of the Criminal Procedure Act. That's all I'm saying.
And this witness has just said, my lord, that was not, it was not normal procedure. So I don't understand how does the court then fit in the fact that this is a legal document when this witness has said
Yeah, it is a legal
was the
document.
procedure.
If you think it's not a legal document, you can take me on appeal.
I'm not saying it's not a legal document, my lord, but
If you think I'm wrong,
I want to know the
listen to
court's-
me. If you think I'm wrong, take me on appeal. So right. Because I am correct.
I'm on a point of procedure, my lord, not on the legality of the
I
document.
am also on the point of procedure. Section 212 document, it's a legal document. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. So you said, although this was not procedure, you did that in compliance with the instruction from Mr. Baloyi.
It was a request, my lord.
Yes. Whether
Noma
request or
usho-ke
instruction,
ukuthi
it doesn't-
akusiyona-ke indlela ekwenziwa ngayo kodwa lokho kwenziweke ngoba kushiwo uyena-ke uBaloyi ukuthi cha kwakuyisicelo noma wacela-ke ukuthi angikwenze.
Thank you. Mr. Sireyo told the court that a 212 statement in respect of firearm analysis is only prepared by the main examiner, that is the first person who works in this, on the exhibits. And the person who then confirms his work does not have to pen a 212 statement. They only sign in the form that is there in their website. Is that how it works?
That is generally how it works, my lord, unless the court requests a document to be provided in support or to assist the court.
Lana-ke okushiwo uyena-ke uSireyo ukuthi-ke umuntu owenza-ke le statement lesi esibizwa ngokuthi yi-212 iyena-ke ulo ekuyena obesebenza-ke amazibithi lona-ke yena obhekayo noma oqinisekisa umsebenzi asikho isidingo salokho. Yebo indlela-ke kwenziwa ngayo ngaphandle kokuthi-ke uma inkantolo isicela-ke ukuthi kube nestatement-ke noma idocument ekhona-ke ukusupporta lokho okushiwoyo.
Exactly. That order can only come from the court, not from Mr. Baloyi. Did you receive any order that came from the court that you should prepare a 212 statement?
My lord, I cannot comment on that.
Thank you.
Lokho-ke akubuyanga kuyona inkantolo nanjengoba usho ukuthi kubuya kuyena-ke u-advocate Baloyi. Kukhona yini okuthole enkantolo okushoyo angeke ngikuphendule leyo mbuzo.
This court doesn't have authority to instruct any practitioner to prepare a 212 statement. We don't have that authority.
That is so.
I can't make that order.
Yes. I agree with the court 113%. The court is 113% correct. Therefore, that goes to the legality of the 212 statement that this witness prepared. But I won't get there now, my lord. My time will come to get there. Whether on appeal or where, but my time will come. Thank you, my lord. Now you say you were requested for an opinion. And for you to give that opinion, Mr. Mangena also gave you his file with all the exhibits. So,
No, my lord, that's not what happened.
Asikona okwenzeka-ke lokho ukuthi-ke wanginika-ke ifayili-ke kanye nawo onke amazibithi uKenneth Mangena.
He came to my office with the case file and handed me the exhibits. I did not remove them from the case file myself.
Weza-ke nayo-ke ifayili ecala leli-ke kanye nawo-ke akusimina-ke owakhipha-ke amazibithi kulona-ke ifayili lecala.
that is what I said. He gave you the exhibits. What's the difference?
Sorry, I misunderstood that you said he gave me the
Yeah,
file.
no, I said
There's
he
a
gave you the
difference.
exhibits.
Okay, then that's correct. If he handed me the exhibits, that is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ke uma uthe ke wanginikeza ke bokuyiqiniso.
Thank you. Now, I had a look at the definition of the term opinion. What opinion entails, unless the forensic science laboratory has got its own definition of the word opinion. And this is what I got. Just give me a second. And this is what I got from the Concise Oxford Dictionary. And it describes or it defines an opinion as a view or a judgment or belief based on grounds short of proof, provisional conviction. It's a view which is held as probable. In other words, it's a belief or that is based on grounds that are short of proof. In other words, you don't need to experiment it. You don't have to do an experiment. That is what opinion is. If you want to confirm it, you can go on Google. So what you did here, you went through the exhibit and analyzed them and came to the conclusion that the exhibits that were handed to you were fired from the same firearm that is vis-a-vis now the same bullets. So
That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngathatha ke lamazibithi ke ngase ngiyawa testa ke futhi ke kanye nayo ke inhlamvu lena ke iyatholakala nayo kwindawo yesigameko.
that was no longer an opinion in terms of what opinion is from the dictionary. That was a confirmation. Do you agree with me?
No, my lord. This is a microscopic opinion based on my training and experience. It's not just a discussion on a random opinion. I use the microscope based on specific procedures and things I looked at on the microscope according to my training and my experience.
Lokhu ke ngakwenza ke ngokwendlela ke engaqeqeshwa ngayo futhi ke ngisebenzisa yona ke i-microscope akusona nje uvo ke olovela kodwa ke ngenza ngokwendlela ke engatshela noma engaqeqeshwa ngayo.
By the way, you said Mr. Mangena said to you, can you please give him your opinion on the package that he gave you? On the file that he gave you?
It's a microscopic opinion, my lord.
Wathi ucela uvo lwami ke setshenziswa yona ke i-tools leli ke esibiza ngokuthi ke i-microscope.
Or were those his words?
Yes, my lord, I gave him a microscopic opinion based on what I found on the microscope, referring to the exhibit test and the exhibit and the test bullets.
Yebo ngamnika uvo ke lwalokho engakuthola ke ngisebenzisa yona ke i-microscope yona ke inhlamvu yatholakala kanye futhi ke nalezi ezatest.
Microscopic opinion.
My lord,
That's why
whether
we
you said
requested you
microscopic
to-
or
to
can
give
you do it on the microscope, it still refers to the same thing.
Noma ke kusetshenziswa kodwa kusasho nje into eyodwa ukuthi ke kusetshenziswe yona ke lolo luvo lolo kusetshenziswa yona ke i-microscope.
Just be calm. You know it carry very strong message. You're telling this court that Mangena came to you and said, can you please give me your opinion on this? Can you please give me, the second version is, can you please give me microscopic opinion on this? Now the third version is, can you give me opinion on microscope on this?
My lord, the opinions are not different. My statement clearly states microscopic opinion. It is a word. Can you look at on the microscope, microscopic opinion? It still refers to the same action.
Istatement sami siyakusho lokhu ukuthi ke ungabheka yini ke usebenzisa yona ke i-microscope kusasho noma kusakhuluma into eyodwa.
Because ma'am, I'm going to tell you that what you're telling this court as having been a request from Mr. Mangena, that is not what Mr. Mangena told this court. And I'm going to specifically refer to you what he told this court. He told this court that he requested you to confirm his work, not an opinion. He told this court that he requested you to confirm his work. Is that not what he said? There's an objection from the state. Thank you.
From the state. Those were not aware of Colonel Mangena. He requested for an opinion, not a confirmation.
Do you have the record of that?
I do not have the typed record at this stage, my lord.
No,
But
no.
from the notes, it's clear that he requested for an opinion.
Oh, see.
As it is the court, my lord, let me take you to the record where Mr. Mangena requested for your confirmation, not an opinion. Now, if you bear with me, for the benefit of the court, of course.
But this witness is here. The evidence may differ, as you're saying, from Mangena's evidence. But she is adamant that she was requested to furnish a microscopic opinion.
That's correct, ma'am.
That's what you were requested.
That's correct.
Not that you must confirm his findings.
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, so it won't help us to check the record. You are right. She says she's right.
No, mother, it can't be like that. I can't be right and she's also right when we're talking two different things. One must not be right. And the state stood up when I said Mr. Mangena requested you to give him your, to confirm his work. The state stood up and emphatically said that Mr. Mangena requested this witness to give him an opinion. Now the court says, no, Mr. Mangena said give me a microscopic opinion.
Okay.
We both right.
How do you give an opinion, ma'am?
By confirming what I see
On what?
on the microscope, ma'am.
Is that what you use to decipher?
Yes, my lord. The tool used, whether it's a confirmation, an opinion, it is still on the microscope.
Fine.
Ukuthi ke kufanele ngiqinisekise ninikeze ngovo kodwa ke kusezosetshenziswa into eyodwa ukuthi iyona ke leya microscope engizobheka ngayo.
Fortunately, my lord, I will not allow to be sidetracked this time, but this is what Mr. Mangena said. He said it in his evidence in chief. He also said it under cross-examination by Mr. Ramosipili. And this is what he says. Now, and we should bear in mind that the state says in its objection that Mr. Mangena requested an opinion from you, not to confirm. But let's go to the record of the 30th of August 2023. Probably don't have it today. I've got it here. I'm going to read this into the record. Do you understand?
I understand, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to request you to bear with me because I'm going to read 4 full pages. Now, the date of this record is the 30th of August 2023. We are starting on page 79 on line number 8, where he says, okay, let us start at line number 5, where he says, once we have a match on it, or even if it is a negative, but to confirm that, I will call one of my colleagues to come and confirm if my findings are correct. And in this instance, I have asked more than, I think it was 4 colleagues to confirm that. All of them confirmed Now this is for the fourth time that the word confirm is being used, not so. Confirmed that, but only one signed the confirmation form, and it was Lieutenant Colonel Surero who confirmed the case for me that the bullets, there's a triple dots, then the court intervened. Sorry, Lieutenant Colonel, Mr. Mangena, Sereyo, court Sereyo, Mr. Mangena, yes. Then the court says, can all those people come and give evidence so that there's an intervention? Mr. Baloyi then says, yes, indeed, we'll be calling Colonel Sereyo. The court asks, Sereyo, Mr. Baloyi, yes. Then the court asks, is that the one who signed this? Mr. Baloyi, he who signed this. Mr. Mangena, he is the one who confirmed it. So, Lieutenant Colonel, you are carrying out a demonstration. You are still carrying out a demonstration. Now, you probably heard what I read, not so?
I heard, my lord.
You still insist that he requested you for an opinion.
My lord, Colonel Mangena gave me an exhibit and he gave me tests. He asked me to compare it, to look at it, to confirm it on the microscope. The action is still on the microscope. After I gave him my opinion, saying that I'm of the opinion that this test bullet was fired from the same firearm as the exhibit bullets, and he had written the same thing, it is a confirmation that we are, my opinion is the same as his. We confirmed it is the same.
Okwenzekile ukuthi ke se ukusetshenziswa ke kwalamagama amabili uqinisekisa kanye futhi novo ke engikwenzile ukuthi ke ulethile ke ifile lena enalamazibiti athi ke ngicela ke manje ungibhekeleke lana ke ngoba ke inako mina engikutholileke bese emuva kokuthi ke sengishilo ukuthi ngibhekileke mina ke semanje sekuyaqinisekiswa uqinisekiswa uvo lami engimnike lona emuva kokuthi ke ngisebenzise yona ke leyo microscope.
Now you agree with me that he requested you to confirm his work.
It is the same thing, my lord, whether I give an opinion or I confirm it. To me, it's the same thing.
Mina ke kuyinto eyodwa noma ke ngiyaqinisekisa noma ngimnikeza uvo kuyinto eyodwa.
Now the term confirmation, again when we go to the Oxford Concise Dictionary, is described as to establish something more firmly, to ratify, to certify and corroborate. That is what the dictionary defines what confirmation is. You can also go and look it on Google. Did you get that?
I heard that, my lord.
Thank you. Now what you did, it is exactly what Sirero did, not so?
It is the same thing, my lord.
Engakwenza nokwenziwa usileyo into eyodwa.
The only difference is I did not sign a document.
Umehluko ukuthi mina ke alikho ke ipaper noma ke document la engasayinda khona.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Serrero, this aspect has been touched base by my colleague, Mr. Ramusipili. Mr. Serrero, in confirming, because that's what the procedure for confirming is, indicated that he worked on bullet number 9, bullet number 8 and bullet number 4, test bullet number 8 and test bullet number 4, for purposes of confirming Mangena's results. Do you follow?
I follow, my lord.
Ushilo ke usirewo ukuthi yena ke wasebenza ke ngayo ke uTB8 noTB4 uqinisekisa umsebenzi wakhe uMangena.
Now we are telling this court, before I get there, and indeed, as a confirmer or a reviewer of Mr. Mangena's work, he came to the court and demonstrated how he actually arrived at his confirmation of Mr. Mangena's work by producing documents which were flighted there in court. That is confirmation. Do you follow?
Are you referring to a court chart?
Excuse me?
Are you referring to a court chart? What do you mean by
Or chart.
Is that what you're referring to, sir?
He brought documents, yes.
Okay.
I'm referring to that because he was confirming. Now you, in confirming, what did you do?
I examined the exhibit and the test bullets on the microscope. After examination, I gave an opinion, confirmation to Colonel Mangena, saying that I am of the opinion that this test bullet was indeed fired from the same firearm. The exhibit bullet was indeed fired from the same firearm as the test bullets. It was verbal.
Wena ke manje yini wayenza ngoba yena ke uSrewo ke unama document aza nawo ke la enkantolo ukutshengisa ke lokho akwenza. Mina ngakwenza ukubheka ke inhlamvu lena ke uyona yatholakala kanye nale inhlamvu lezi engamazibithi ngasho ke ukuthi ke kwasetshenziswa isibhamu esisodwa ngakusho nje lokho ngomlomo.
Now, Mr. Ramusipiri said to you, except for your word, the allegations, as empty as they are, that you confirmed Mr. Mangena's work, what do you have vis-a-vis what Mr. Sirero brought to the court?
I did not prepare court charts, my lord, as I did not complete an official document.
Mina kama court charts angikwenza nanje ngoba ke kungekho ke la engabhala khona.
Is that how a ballistic expert who confirms their colleagues' work do things?
My lord, again, this is an exception. I'm being called as an opinion giver, not as a verifier.
Uhlukile lokho lana ke angibizelwanga ukuthi ke manje ngizobhekisisa ke futhi bese ngiyahlola ke lokho okwenziwa ngakwakucela uvo mina.
I was called to explain as to what I found on the microscope.
Mina ngacela ukuthi ke ngichaze lokho engakuthola microscope.
You know, ma'am, when we started off with this ballistic jargon or this ballistic language, we started off by saying this is part of science. And it being a part of science, science is an art of precision and accuracy, not weight. Science is sin, not so.
That's correct, my lord. My finding was based on skills and facts established by means of examination which require knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics.
Lana ke mina ke engakwenza ke ngikwenzeke ngokuthi ke ngibheke ke noma ke engafinyelela kulona ke ngamaqiniso futhi lokho ngikwenza ngokuthi ke futhi ke ngibheke noma ke ngihlole ke futhi ke ngokolwazi lwami enginalo wona ke ama ballistic.
Thank you, ma'am. Be rest assured, I do not antagonize. I will never ever do that. I'll never antagonize the experience that you have in ballistic. I'll never do that. I'll actually be the very last person to do that from the background that I have or from the background that I'm coming from. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you. Now, but science being a visible art, where do we see the visibility of what you did in pursuing this science that we so dearly respect?
My lord,
If you don't have charts to confirm what you are requested to do.
My lord, again, this is also not procedure for 4 people to testify about the same findings. I was not requested to make court charts. I did not make court charts.
Nalena ke akusiyona ke indlela yokwenza ke ukuthi ke abantu abawu4 bethula ubufakazi ke ngento eyodwa eyatholakala ke ngakho nami ke ama court charts angiwenzanga.
Thank you, ma'am. It is not procedure, but in this case it is happening. as unprocedural as it is in these cases. In this case, this one, it is happening, but that is not my question. It's just an emphasis. What is the procedure? Or let's put it this way, what is the correct procedure?
The examiner that examined the case, when testifying in court, will then present court charts to the court as the examiner of the case to show what he found on the microscope.
Umuntu ekuyena-ke osebenzile-ke ngako-ke lokho ekhulunywa ngako uyena-ke ozoza-ke nama-court enkantolo abe esho-ke lokho akutholile.
Sorry. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, my colleague is reminding me that I should call you Captain. I shouldn't always refer to you as a ma'am. Thank you, Captain. But please understand it in the context that when I refer you to as a ma'am, I don't mean to take your captaincy away.
No offense.
Yeah, sometimes I'm using this word interchangeably. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, in your view, what would have necessitated a deviation from the normal procedure in this case?
In terms of? In terms of?
Come again?
You're referring to deviation in this case, in terms of?
In terms of the procedure that you've just outlined, that the first examiner, the one who prepares the 212, the person who confirms is the one who signs, and that's the end of the story. Particularly in instances where they find similar results. So the question is, in your view, and a considered view, of course, from an expert who stands there independently, a non-partisan expert, what could have necessitated that in this case there should be 4 people with similar views or similar findings that should attend to this case?
My Lord, I will stand up at the stage and
I'm not aware.
and object. My Lord, the question is a matter of arguments, and furthermore, it's a matter of discretion, my Lord. So, the state's discretion, my Lord. So, I don't think this witness will be in a position to answer the question.
It can't be. The state cannot. The state cannot act as a soothsayer. The last time I heard this word soothsayer was in Julius Caesar. Or was it the Merchant of Venice? Or was it Romeo and Juliet? I can't remember.
It was Macbeth.
It could have been Macbeth, my lord, yes. But the state can't really say that this witness will not be in a position.
Again.
Excuse me, my lord.
When will these 3?
Yes.
Yes.
And the ideas of Macha come.
Yes.
Yes.
Macbeth.
Yes. The state will not be in a position, can't. That's not a basis of an objection that a witness cannot answer a particular question. That should come from the witness herself. And I'm asking this witness for an opinion.
Yeah, let's hear
The
the
ideas
witness.
of Macha come, I don't think this.
Let's hear your
My
answer.
opinion could be as there is a difference in opinion between the state and the defense.
Mina-ke mangaphendula-ke ngathi ukuthi-ke kube nabantu abawu-4-ke abakhona-ke abakhuluma-ke noma-ke bakhuluma ngento eyodwa eyatholakala ingoba khona-ke ukwehluka khona-ke phakathi kombuso nabameli.
In terms of the microscopic conclusions.
Mayelana naloko kwafinyelela kona-ke uma kubhekwa noma kubukwa ngayo i-microscope.
Let me understand your question clear. You say from your perspective, from your respectful opinion, that the reason why there were 4 people who had to attend to this experiment is because of the fact that there could have been some views that are differing between the state and the defense. Is that what you said?
My lord, I said a possibility
Yes.
that we are testifying because of the version in terms of microscopic, that it is differs between the state and the defense.
Ngithi-ke isizathu-ke sokuthi uma kuwukuthi-ke sethula ubufakazi-ke siba u-4 ngoba-ke ukuthi-ke kunokwehluka-ke okukhona-ke kulokhu okhulunywa umbuso kanye futhi nalokho okhulunywa-ke abameli.
But it is just a possibility, as to I'm not certain.
Akusiyona-ke into engiyisho nesiqinisekiso-ke la ngithi kungenzeka-ke.
Yes, an opinion is an opinion, man. But let me then tap into what you've just said in terms of your opinion. You know, at the time at which these tests were done, the defense was not yet in the picture. These were the preparatory stages of this case. In other words, the state and the forensic science laboratory, they were working alone. In other words, the day on which Mr. Mangena approached these 4, the state was nowhere in the picture, therefore there could not have been any difference between the state and the defense.
My explanation is related as to why 4 people would need to testify, my lord, not as to why 4 people gave an opinion on a microscopic.
Impendulo enginikeze ngayo-ke akusiyona-ke impendulo emayelana nokuthi-ke kungani-ke noma kwangani-ke kusebenze abantu abanye, kodwa-ke kube kungani ukuthi kube nabantu abanye abazokwethula ubufakazi mayelana nodaba olulodwa.
Is that your answer, ma'am? And your final answer to my question?
That is my answer. I'm
Remember,
referring to testimony, not...
I'm sorry, ma'am, it cannot be wrong because it's an opinion. Do you understand? An opinion, I can't fault your opinion. Do you understand?
That's what I'm saying. My answer is in terms of why 4 people are testifying, not why 4 people gave an opinion or a verification. That is at the discretion of the examiner.
Ingakho-ke ngisho ukuthi impendulo yami imayelana nokuthi kungani kuwabantu abanye bethula ubufakazi, hayi ukuthi kungani-ke kunabantu abanye abasebenza lokho-ke kona-ke isinqumo esingathathwa yiloyo owayesebenza ngawo amazibithi.
It means you did not understand my question initially. I did not ask my question in relation to 4 people testifying. I asked this question in relation to 4 people attending to this experiment.
My lord, I wouldn't call it an experiment.
Analysis, I'm sorry, analysis.
But it is still at the discretion of the specific examiner as to there is no set standard as to how many people are allowed or can be requested.
Akukho-ke okuphansi noma-ke okubhaliweke noma-ke umthetho othize oshoyo ukuthi abantu abangaki emuva kokuthi-ke lo obesebenza ngamazibithi angabasebenzisi noma angabacela, akukho okubhalwe phansi ukuthi-ke kufanele aye kubantu abangaki.
Thank you. Mr. Ramusipili told you that the defense, I think this is one of the many cases where defense, it's one of the few cases where the defense have a luxury to have a ballistic expert on their side, not so. I know, for instance, that we are involved in a case at Petersburg there, where you were also called as an expert, but we're not there. But what I'm trying to say, or what I'm saying is, our defense, our experts, and this being one of the few cases where a defense has a luxury of having a ballistic expert on their side, would come and tell this court that the reason why Mr. Mangena, as you correctly said, it's in his discretion, had to go out of the standing protocols to go and have his work confirmed by 4 people, is because this was a borderline case. He was not so sure whether he was coming or going. He needed sympathy, sympathizers in respect of the work that he did. And I can tell you, he got that sympathy, despite the fact that these results that he worked on did not show a conclusive proof that the bullets that was found from the scene ballistically linked with a firearm that was retrieved from Cleveland by Mangena. What's your comment?
My comment is that it's based on an assumption.
Ngizokuthi ke lokho kushoyo ke into nje oyicabangelayo ke ukuthi ke ingakho uma ngena wandlula ke kulokho kulindelekile wase ke eya kubantu abawu4 ekuyinto ke engale kwalena ke elindelekile ke ngoba ke lokho okwatholakala lana ke kwangahambisani kanye naso isibhamu esatholakala eCleveland kathi into nje oyicabangelayo leyo.
Thank
First-
you, ma'am.
Oh,
And further put it to you.
She's whispering she wasn't finished.
but it's-
She's
no,
whispering
it's
she
fine.
wasn't finished.
No, it's fine.
She was whispering I wasn't finished.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Firstly, I think the state, our examiners, we don't testify for a side. We testify independently and objectively. So if you say you have an examiner on your side, that is also, I cannot commit to that. But the statement was based on an assumption, in my opinion.
Mina ke istatement leso senzileke okuyicabangela ke noma into oyicabangela yona ke kodwa thina ke uma sithola ke ubufakazi asithule ubufakazi ke uhlangothi oluthile uma uthi wena ke ninaye umuntu ngakolweni ke uhlangothi.
I'm not saying that I'm not suggesting even with a fraction that our expert will be partisan. He'll be here to come and assist the court and wait for a day on which he'll take the stand, and you will hear how you assist the court. Mr. Ramusipiri put it to you that his finding was one of an inconclusive nature. In other words, yes, other marks are there, but they were not of a sufficient quality and quantity that he would have conclusively said that the same bullet was fired from the firearm retrieved from Cleveland. I'm not suggesting that it's going to be partisan, but wait for the day on which it's going to come and expound on his finding and the basis of his finding. Thank you. Now, ma'am, why do you think Mr. Mangena in 2020, when he did this experiment, and after he has been to you on the 22nd, yes, on the 22nd, you allayed his fear that his analysis was spot on in that there was a positive matching of the same bullet and the firearm. Why do you think it did not go? It did not stop there. He went on to go verify his finding with Serrero, not Serrero, with Ntini on the 22nd, and then on the 23rd he also went to Serrero. Why do you think he did that? As an expert, of course, not from the vacuum, as an expert. Why do you think he did that?
I can't comment, my lord. It is Colonel Mangena's own discretion.
Ukuthi kungani ke uma ngena esesukile esebuyileke kumina ke waya ke kuntini nakuye uSerewo angeke ngimkhulumeleke ukuyena ke ukuthi akwenze lokho.
And do you realize, ma'am, by requesting you to confirm his duties or to confirm what he did here, you should actually have been a Serrero. In other words, you should have done exactly what Serrero did by signing off his worksheet, that form that you're supposed to sign off as a confirmer. Do you realize that that is what you should have done?
That is also Konomangena's decision as to who and how many people he needs to ask and who he decides will be the one to sign the verification document.
Nalapho ke kukuyena ke uKenneth Mangena ukuthi ke uya kubantu abangaki nokuthi ke umuphi ke kulabo bantu labo okuyena ozosayina.
But the procedure we know now, man, from two experts from the Forensic Science Laboratory, not just ordinary experts, but chief experts, that is Pinyu and Surero, that once a finding is positive and it is confirmed by the confirmer, then there is no need for a further consultation with other experts. Not so.
The procedure does not limit any analyst as to how many people can give an opinion or a confirmation.
Indlela ke kwenziwa ngayo noma kusetshenzwa ngayo ke ayisho ke ukuthi ke kufanele umuntu leyo ke kube abantu abangaki ke ayakubona.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me just tick off those items that I think I've dealt with and leave those that are still outstanding. Right. Now, this court has heard, man, that Forensic Science Laboratory does recognize the pattern matching method of comparison and also the consecutive matching strier as a method to analyze or to compare bullet with the firearm. Not so. In other words, this method are mutually inclusive. Do you understand?
I understand.
Ngiyakuzwa ke uma uthi lenkantolo isizwile ke ukuthi ke khona ke lapha elab kunendlela ke ethize esetshenzwa ngayo noma lezi enibiza ke ukuthi CMS kanye futhi nayo ke i-pattern matching.
Now, you've told this copy that in your analysis, as per the opinion, I'm going to use your terminology now, as per the request of your opinion by Mr. Mangena, you preferred to use, what do they call it? Pattern matching. You know, sometimes these words, because I'm not a ballistic, they sometimes skip my mind. But then you prefer to use pattern matching also.
My lord, the procedure prescribes in South Africa, we use pattern matching. At the Forensic Science Laboratory, we use pattern matching.
Thank you.
Lana ke South Africa ke yona ke indlela ke esiyisebenzisayo ke kanye futhi ke nakhona ke elab ke kusetshenziswa yona ke le ebizwa ngokuthi ke i-pattern matching.
Let us properly capture your answer. The policy in South Africa with regard to ballistic examination is that we only using pattern matching. Not so.
Pattern matching is the method we use.
Thank
That's
you.
correct, my lord.
Iyona ke indlela esisebenzisayo ke le ebizwa ngokuthi ke i-pattern matching.
Why pattern matching?
My lord, because CMS it's referred to as line counting. We're not simply counting lines. We are looking at the type of marks, the depth, the width, the spatial relation, the specific peaks, all those types of things, the specific pattern of a mark, the type of mark, quantitative, not a qualitative.
Kungoba ke lena ebizwa ngokuthi ke i-CMS yona ke ukubala ke imigqa akusibona ke into esiyenzayo kodwa siyabheka ke ukuthi ke kutholakala futhi ngayiphi ke indlela akuphi futhi nendawo lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-pattern.
You spoke about quantity and quality. What did you say about that? That skipped my mind. You know, the echo it's got a propensity to disturb my hearing ability. What did you say about quality and quantity?
CMS refers to a quantitative method. Pattern matching is a qualitative method. We look at the quality of the mark, not just the amount of mark.
Masikhuluma ngayo i-pattern matching asibheke nje ukuthi ke ama-mark amangaki, kodwa-ke siyabheka-ke futhi-ke nayo-ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi-ke equality yayo-ke yawo ama-mark lawo.
We look at the peaks, the ridges, the furrows, specifically related to height, depth, curvature.
Sibheka-ke into ezahlukileke noma ezahlukeneke kuwona-ke lawo ma-marks lawo.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to request for an adjournment for the day, but before we adjourn, I just want to capture your answer very properly. It was only 7 minutes to adjournment. What you're saying is South Africa prefers to use pattern matching because pattern matching is qualitative while CMS is quantitative.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Yabo ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke la eSouth Africa kusetshenziswa yona-ke i-pattern matching ngenxa-ke yomahluko ekhona-ke phakathi kwayo-ke i-pattern matching kanye nayo-ke i-CMS.
As it is a court, my lord, it's no use to start, my lord, with a new aspect because I'm going to be a little bit longish on that aspect. I think it's an opportune time for us to adjourn up until tomorrow. It's only 7 minutes to go. Thank you, my lord.
Are you available tomorrow, ma'am?
I'm available, my lord.
You say you're at Pretoria University.
That's correct, my lord.
Were you taught by Professor Van Rooyen
I can't recall, my lord. I have to
in law?
I did not study law, my lord.
Oh, you didn't study law?
No.
I thought you studied law. Okay, fine. Okay, tomorrow then.